All right, good morning. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of November the 18th, 2025. As we begin this morning, I'm going to take the opportunity to introduce Pastor Thompson, who will be bringing the invocation. After the invocation, I will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, our Communications Division Manager, will read a proclamation recognizing Farm City Week, and then we'll kick off our annual toy drive here within Orange County. This is the season, and I'll share a little bit more about that in a few moments. But let me formally introduce Bishop Frank Thompson this morning. He began ministering, believe this or not, at the age of 14 in his father's church. So he's a PK, a preacher's kid. He followed in his father's footsteps in the ministry, preaching revivals, serving as a deacon, and leading the choir. Bishop Thompson was ordained and licensed in 1988, having served at Mount Zion Church in West Palm Beach for 7 years. He also had a well-established career with Walt Disney World Resorts, serving as the manager of Disney University, where he was responsible for designing, developing, and facilitating training programs. He is the founder and president of AWCD Fresh Start Academy, which provides an alternative, safe environment for suspended students, a mentoring program, and creating lasting family connections, an evidence-based program on alcohol and drug prevention training. Bishop Thompson is the founding pastor of the Worship Center, Orlando, and his vision is to bring salvation to the unchurched, education to the community, and economic empowerment through effective partnerships. Bishop has served on numerous boards, including the Central Florida Urban League, chair of the Orange County Juvenile Justice Council, and he was a member and is a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Faith Council and the Evans Community School Project, among others. Bishop Thompson holds a bachelor's degree in health services, a master's degree in business administration, and a Doctor of Divinity degree. Bishop Thompson also served in the United States Army for 12 years, achieving the rank of captain. It is my pleasure to introduce Bishop Frank Thompson for this morning's invocation, a good friend of mine. Please come forward. There you are to the podium. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I get the opportunity, since I haven't been here in a while, to say thank you to the Honorable Mayor and to this great Board of Commissioners for the service that you bring to us here in Orange County and making our lives so better. So I get to do that before I pray, and I hope that I'll get another opportunity to come down and see how well you continue to serve. It's good to see you, my commissioner, right there. Let us pray. Great God, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whom I serve, during this season of Thanksgiving, we come with gratitude. We thank you for being a God of love who is with us now in this very room. You never leave us or forsake us. We thank you for making each of us in this room, every person we meet, every citizen of this county, in your own image, with dignity and infinite worth. We thank you for the calling you have given each of us to be good stewards of our creation, your creation, and to love our neighbors as ourselves. Father, we thank you for these servants, our honorable mayor, our commissioners, the great staff, and everyone that supports this way of service on behalf of all of us in this great county. We all come to this room as complex human beings, some with burdens, but also with joy, trusting that you can hold us together in your love and peace. Lord, help us to trust you more than our fears, our wounds, and even our accomplishments. May we lean on your everlasting arms today. We pray you will be glorified through the decisions of this great board. We ask that we have eyes to see that our lives are all connected and how our common good is upheld when we listen and respond to the most vulnerable among us. We pray that your kingdom will come to Orlando as it is in heaven, with your power working in each of your servants. May your truth be revealed and your light shine brighter. We pray for wisdom, strength, and for courage to do what is right and good for all our citizens. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. We thank you again, Lord, for our board, our mayor, the county staff, our first responders, and all those who work to make this place we call home such a wonderful city. It is in the name of my Lord Jesus, whose perfect love sets us free from all our fears. I say amen and amen.
All right, please join me in pledging allegiance to the greatest nation in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you so much, Bishop Thompson. Commissioners, we appreciate that. We do, as the mayor said, have one proclamation for today, and then a special presentation afterwards, but our proclamation is for Farm City Week. Farm City Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas Farm City Week celebrates the invaluable partnership between urban and rural communities, emphasizing the essential role that agriculture and its related industries play in sustaining our local economy and providing for the nutritional needs of the people. And whereas, according to the 2022 USDA Census of Agriculture, Orange County, Florida is home to 585 farms covering over 107,000 acres, generating an estimated $421 million in market value of agricultural products sold, which increased by 7% since the previous census. And whereas Orange County ranks among the top 5 counties in Florida for total market value of agricultural products sold, driven mainly by its robust nursery, greenhouse, floriculture, and sod industries, which together represent more than $390 million annually. And whereas Florida's overall agricultural and food system contributes approximately $387 billion in annual impact and supports nearly 2.5 million jobs statewide, underscoring the essential role of farmers, ranchers, and agricultural businesses in the state's prosperity. And whereas Farm City Week recognizes the essential contributions of local farmers, ranchers, and farm workers who collaborate with businesses, educators, and community organizers to bring fresh, nutritious food from farms to tables of Orange County residents. This highlights the vital connection between urban consumers and rural producers that sustains our local food systems and overall community and well-being. And whereas Orange County agricultural producers continue to demonstrate a strong commitment to sustainability through soil health, water conservation, and pollinator-friendly practices, reflecting the county's dedication to environmental stewardship and its ongoing efforts to build a vibrant, resilient economy for future generations. Now therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of November 19 through November 26, 2025, as Farm City Week 2025 in Orange County, Florida, and encourages all residents to join in recognizing the importance of agriculture in our community and to participate in activities that celebrate the connections between farms and cities. Done and ordered this 18th day of November 2025, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Kevin Cam. Kevin Cam is the manager of the county extension and the division manager of the county's cooperative extension. Mr. Cam.
Well, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, and guests. Thank you. On behalf of all of our agricultural partners in the county, I'm honored to accept this proclamation for Farm City Week. In a county of over 1.5 million residents, agriculture can sometimes feel hidden behind our rapid growth. But every day, our farmers, nurseries, ranchers, producers quietly support the quality of life that we enjoy here in Orange County. Farm City Week is a reminder that our urban and rural communities are deeply connected, whereas our residents rely on the people that grow and produce the food, fiber, and plants that support our economy. And those agricultural operations rely on the markets, the services, the partnerships found in our cities. And a fun fact that illustrates this, many of our landscape plants and greenery that shape the look of Central Florida's hotels, theme parks, and neighborhoods are grown right here in our local nurseries. It's one of the clearest examples of how agriculture directly supports our urban economy every single day. I want to thank our extension team, our volunteers, Farm Bureau, Cattlemen's Association, several county divisions and departments who partner with us on agriculture, sustainability, and community outreach, and all of our producers for strengthening that urban-rural connection year-round. And thank you to the board for continuing to recognize the importance of agriculture in Orange County. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kevin, and thank you very much, team. We appreciate that. It is, as the mayor said, a very special time of year, a very special season. Mayor, if you'd come back to the podium to share more information on our season, and also we have some very, very special guests here as well. Okay.
Well, it's a special day for all of us and a special season for all of us. Commissioners and guests, we have some very special Christmas visitors in our chambers today. Believe it or not, the season of giving is upon us. On November the 3rd, I had the pleasure of kicking off the 15th annual Orange County Mayor's Toy Drive alongside our great partners at Fox 35. As you know, many families in our community are struggling to make ends meet this holiday season. Your generosity, even a single toy, can bring joy and hope to a child right here at home in Orange County. That's because every toy donated stays right here in our county. Since 2011, our toy drive has distributed nearly 97,000 toys to deserving local children and families, donated by our generous Orange County employees and caring residents. This year, we expect to reach an incredible milestone: more than 100,000 toys collected over the past 15 years. Yes, that is worth celebrating. I also want to thank each commissioner for helping make last year's toy drive a success by sharing donation information with your constituents. And I'm counting on your help again this year to do the same. Residents can easily donate a gift online through our virtual shopping platform or drop off a new, unwrapped toy at any of the 36 convenient locations across the county, including most of our parks and some of our fire stations and all 15 Orange County Library branches. To learn more or find a drop-off site, you can visit ocfl.net/toy drive. And now, as we officially kick off this season of giving, we're joined by some very special guests. Our friends at Walt Disney World Resort have sent some elves along with their reindeer to help us get in the holiday spirit.
Mayor, would you all mind coming down to take a photograph with our characters from Disney, commissioners, if you don't mind? Please come on down to grab a photo. They look very happy this morning. I'm sure they appreciate your support in a photo. All right, thank you so much, Disney. We appreciate that.
The mayor wants to read that.
All right. Thank you, Walt Disney World. It takes me back to 1974 when I was a character at Walt Disney World. All right, and we're thrilled to also welcome two snowmen from Universal Resort. They're bringing toys. How about that? All right, commissioners, we've got to take a photograph with these snowmen, too. We got to do that as well.
All right, let's give both our friends at Universal and Walt Disney World a big round of applause. Thank you all so much for coming and for kicking off the toy drive. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, if that should put you in the spirit of the season. I think we have a couple of board meetings actually before the end of the year, and perhaps two before Christmas. And so we'll come back and we'll have some other things happening right here in our chambers as well. And so with that, we will move forward now on our agenda today. And we have a relatively full agenda. We're going to move to the public comment period of time. So I'd like to invite members of the public to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters would include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board. We will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. And so with that, Mr. Thal Mueller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 16 registered speakers this morning.
All right. We're
17.
going to give our registered speakers 2 minutes by which to speak this morning. And so we will likely call you in the order in which we have received your request. So with that, Mr. Thal Mueller, we can begin.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'll be calling your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the back wall, approach the podium in the order called. When you do, begin with your name and address for the record, please. Our first speaker is going to be Alan Levi, followed by Deborah Alexander, John Lux, Kathleen Fitzgerald, and Brother Brian.
Hello, my name is Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street in Orlando, Florida. We have collected $358.2 million in TDT money from our visitors, but we spend those dollars to collect more dollars. That's not serving anyone but the God of money, the God of greed. We're not spending the dollars on infrastructure, or new schools, or roads, or making housing more affordable, or on finding a way to care for the least of us, the unsheltered families and unsheltered veterans who, through no fault of their own, are sleeping in tents or in their cars. We're not solving our problems. We're just giving the money to the people who want more money. We're serving the God of greed. May I suggest we use a mere 3% of those TDT dollars to fix up the former Cayley Avenue Work Release Center and turn it into a shelter for those experiencing homelessness, or for any project that the county deems would be worthy of those fine people. In the last 25 years, the population of Orlando has doubled, but our tax burden has not changed much because we keep telling ourselves we have to save the tourist dollars for those who don't need it. We're just giving it to people who spend it on themselves and their vanity projects, like the Orange County Convention Center. Have you guys seen that place? It's a monster. Let's stop feeding it. Let's feed ourselves and not the God of greed. That's my 1 minute. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Deborah Alexander. My address is 13,000 Lake Live Oak Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I'm speaking today about potential proposed changes to the animal hold times at the Orange County Animal Services Shelter. While the hold times were not specified on the agenda and it's listed as a work in progress, my understanding is that they're going to reduce hold times. Now, hold times for animals means your animal gets lost, it ends up at the shelter, how long it is that they're going to hold your animal there before they either put it up for adoption or euthanize it. The current hold times for cats with identification, I'm guessing dogs also, is 5 business days. So that means that weekends are excluded. So if, that would mean that that's an extra 2 days, basically. And it's being proposed to reduce that to 3 calendar days. So, and without identification, it is going from 3 business days to 1 calendar day. So basically what that means is that your animal could be euthanized or given away to another family before you potentially even realize it's gone. If you're a cat owner, let's say your cats are very independent, you can leave them for 2 or 3 days with enough food and water. Your cat could be gone before you even get home from the beach. And so let's say, for instance, you're out of town for a long weekend, so you're, in your home state of wherever that is, because we're all transplants, at your daughter's wedding, your grandchild's christening, bedside of an ill relative, and someone is watching. Is that
Thank
it?
you. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
sorry.
That is it.
I thought it was 2 minutes. That
All
was
right.
2 minutes? Okay.
It was. All right, thank you. And just for the edification of everyone listening, either the viewing audience or those present, we do have a presentation later this morning. The Animal Services Director, Ms. Diane Summers, will be presenting, and she'll address some of those issues to make sure that you have factual information. All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Maybe.
You're up next.
Only one there. Thank you. Good morning. I am Kathleen Fitzgerald, 518 Oxford Court, Orlando, 32803 in District 3. In October, I wrote to everyone on the commission to ask that you lobby the legislature to allow Orange County to allow some of our TDT money to offset the burdens that tourism places on our county, much as Alan spoke of a moment ago. We know you're limited in what you can do with that money, but this would free up money in our budget to address housing affordability and homelessness in Orlando. And I want to give a special shout out to Dr. Simrad's aide, Gabriel Gomez, who gave me the most personal response and provided me with a draft of Orange County's 2026 legislative priorities, which include an appropriations request to address homelessness and a priority of opposing legislation that dilutes local control on how TDT revenues are spent. So as Alan mentioned, Orange County currently generates nearly $1 million a day in TDT revenue. And if we could use some of this money to offset the infrastructure costs that tourism creates, that would free up money in our budget to address the needs of the people who live here. A fraction of that money would be enough to finish the feasibility study and make necessary repairs for the Cayley Street Transitional Housing Project, while we also address and assess and address the housing needs throughout all of your districts. I'm sure you all know, Florida was recently ranked 49th in affordability. We do not need to keep subsidizing an even larger convention center and promoting our theme parks. Instead, we need a community where those people who live and work here, and especially those that are in the tourism industry,
All right, thank
can
you,
live
ma'am.
in dignity.
We appreciate your comments.
I want to thank you all for the compassion you've shown already, and I want to thank you for making this a legislative priority.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next batch of speakers is going to start with Kenyasha Flowers, followed by Debbie Gray, Val Mobley, Christopher Stalder, and Paul Ween.
Ms. Flowers, is that? Okay, yes.
Hello, my name is Kenyasha Flowers. I live at 7203 Blair Drive, Orlando, Florida, District 6. On October 4th, at 2:21 a.m., I had a car that slammed into the front of my home. And I've been asking, or I emailed the commissioner from my district to assist with making that area, that intersection of Blair Drive and Dorshire, a safety, more safety for us to have a multi-way stop or either a roundabout. There's a lot of traffic that comes through that way now. Before when we moved there in 1980, of course, it was just a dirt road, and it was such a small community, and now it has really grown, and the traffic has grown in that area. So I'm asking the board, will you please make considerations to make it a safer intersection? I don't want this to happen to myself again or anyone else in the neighborhood. I also want to thank you guys for putting that gate there right next to my house, that alleyway of Dorshire and Blair as well. There used to just be an open alley, and I noticed that the gates were put up, and it also has, no trespassing, Board of County Commissioners. Thank you all for that. We definitely needed that because that alley was a dangerous way for a lot of cars, for people being back there. So that's what I'm here today, is to ask, please, will you guys consider that intersection of Blair and Dorshire to be safer for all of us?
All right, thank you, Ms. Flowers, and I'll look to the county administrator just to make a comment about the intersection that you're referencing.
Pleased to report on today's agenda is the approval of the stop sign. The Blair and Dorshire is actually, so that action, I know she had been in contact with the district commissioner, with county staff, been working with us. See, Umberto and Joe have been working with her. Also, the no parking signs have been installed as well. So action has occurred, and depending upon the board's vote today, one more step will be in place.
All right, next speaker, please.
I think there were some names in front of mine. I don't know who they were. Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, Orlando, Florida, 32804. I'm here today to tell you about the Ted Koppel report on CBS Sunday Morning this week, which was about a spotlight on short-term rentals, hotel situations, that people who are working 2 and 3 jobs are living in these places, and these places are taking horrible advantage of people who are unhoused through no fault of their own. They're working really hard, they have multiple jobs, and they barely earn enough money with multiple jobs to pay the rent in these extended stay motels. It's gotten to be an industry machine to take advantage of people. I'm hoping that that won't happen in Orlando or Orange County, that we will provide enough space for our friends and neighbors who work and are doing the right thing and just can't make enough money to make a deposit, first month's rent, last month's rent, application fee. It's just outrageous the amount of money that it costs to get into an apartment these days. And so anything that we can do to house people who are unhoused through no fault of their own, I think we need to do it. And we, Support Orlando Shelters, are here to stand behind you wherever in Orange County you find a place that you want to house people. We'll back you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Christopher Stalder, 5102 St. Germain Avenue, Belle Isle, Florida, 32812. And good morning to you, Mayor Demings, and honorable commissioners and neighbors. I've been a member of Park Lake Presbyterian Church since I can't remember when. I've been attending for over 60 years. And for many years, our attendees had to cross Colonial Drive to get to church, but we sold that parking lot and bought what used to be the old Davis Park Motel at Highland and Colonial, and it has helped our parking situation wonderfully. but we hadn't really had a use for the motel except the back building further north on Highland. We converted it to Faith Arts Village Artist Studios about 14, 15 years ago. It's been operating. But we still have a restaurant and a lot of rooms on Colonial that are available, and in recent years we tried to get the Zebra Youth in there with coordinating with the Christian Service Center. There were a lot of hoops to go through, and unfortunately it didn't work out. But this property is a wonderful opportunity to coordinate resources from our church, perhaps the Christian Service Center again, if they would help, and the City of Orlando planning and commissioners, if you can help with funds to renovate and get housing for the underprivileged, because the affordable housing crisis doesn't seem to be going away, and we're getting more and more people on the streets, and it breaks my heart to see all those empty rooms not used, because our neighbors are out there suffering. And as we go into this fall season with shorter days and longer nights, please open your hearts with compassion and try to help. I appreciate everything you do for the unhoused. Thank you. Support Orlando Shelters.
All right, thank you, Mr. Salter. We'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you. You should all have a 4-page memo on your desks that I prepared. I'm speaking on the last item on your morning agenda, which is the animal services material. My name is Paul Ween. My address is 10946 Emerald Chase Drive in Orlando. I am a semi-retired attorney. I'm a member of the Animal Services section of the Florida Bar. I have served for 10 years on your Animal Services Advisory Board. I also volunteered for the better part of a decade, taking pictures and handling animals at the shelter, so I know of what I speak. I give compliment to the staff. They have done an excellent job in the care of the animals at the shelter and in substantially reducing the euthanasia rate there. However, there is, for fiscal 2025, 3,373 stray dogs that they take in. These are not puppies, these are not lost, these are strays. Nobody's claiming these animals. Over the past few years, roughly 3,500 dogs every year are strays. Cat numbers are even higher. Nobody's claiming these dogs. These are not puppies. These are animals that, from my experience, from my observation, these are animals who have been bred, who are common characteristics. Females recently bred, males not neutered. Every year, same thing, in and out, in and out. Now, the materials that you're going to see are fine, but they don't answer basic questions. What is being done to find the source of these dogs and stop them from coming into the shelter? Why is that not being addressed? I've asked this question, I've gotten not a straight answer, and I'm asking you to get a straight answer to that question. Why are the taxpayers responsible for taking care of these dogs and for their offspring that are defective or ill? Why is that burden solely on the taxpayer? Why are small-scale breeders given a free pass? When they do something, the burden falls on the taxpayer and not on the people who breed. Those issues need to be addressed. They're not being addressed by the material you'll see this afternoon. I've given you the best thinking on this. I've given you the best thinking on this in my memo.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ween, for your comments. And again, Ms. Summers will be addressing all of those types of issues.
I'd like to see
just a
that.
little bit. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
All right, our next batch of speakers is going to start with Joshua Wallach, followed by Rosina McVicker, Lori Sepulveda, and Stefania McGrath.
Chestnuts roasting.
All right.
Happy holidays, everybody. Mayor Demings, esteemed commissioners. It's so wonderfully great to see the toy drive, Mayor, and what an amazing to see the Disney and Universal characters here. Really amazing for our community to have you guys. Amazing. I'm here to speak today with you about a creative solution to partner with the county to accelerate, Joshua Wallach, 8050 International Drive, to accelerate a critical Orange County infrastructure project that is also very important to the International Drive community and our residents and visitors alike. This is the actual construction of the I-Drive Sand Lake pedestrian bridge, a transformative public safety initiative that will also enhance commerce, connectivity, and job growth within our community. Through meetings and discussions with county staff, I am very pleased to share the concept of a potential public-private partnership to bring the I-Drive Sand Lake pedestrian bridge to reality. This is truly the most important infrastructure project within our tourist corridor, bringing a safety solution to what many feel may be the most dangerous intersection of Orange County. For example, there have been some 660 car accidents at this intersection in the last 3.5 years alone. The real challenge in the intersection, as you know, is the many, many pedestrians who have to cross multiple lanes of traffic in both directions, sometimes more than once, depending on their destinations. The bridge is designed to alleviate this problem and to get the pedestrians out of the intersection for their safety and the safety of drivers. Sand Lake Road would see less congestion, not having the I-Drive crosswalks at grade any longer. But the bridge can't do this unless it is actually built. For many years, progress has been hampered by various factors, but mainly by complex agreements among stakeholders who own the necessary property for construction of the bridge, that is, the four corners of the intersection, including our entity, which owns the Northeast Corridor. As discussed with county staff, I have agreed to take on the task of resolving these property ownership matters, among other obligations, in the first quarter of 2026. United in a public-private partnership for this purpose, we are a powerhouse, transforming this dangerous intersection into the iconic I-Drive Sand Lake pedestrian bridge, one that everyone will be proud of. As next steps, I ask the county staff to work with us on a memorandum of agreement, which will be submitted shortly and outline all details of the public-private partnership, along with everyone's responsibilities toward the end goal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wallach. We will be having additional conversations with our professional staff, and then ultimately we'll see if that makes it to the board for a conversation at a later date. But we do thank you for the partnership that we have with the businesses there on I-Drive. So
thank you,
look
Mayor.
forward to a solution.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Rosina McVicker, 1723 Lockwood Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Brooks, thank you for having us. I am here on behalf of your Orange County Animal Services Board. I currently serve on the board. And I just wanted to share with you that the presentation you're going to hear today from Orange County Animal Services Management was shared with our board at our September meeting. It was the same presentation you will hear today, and my message to you today is myself and my colleagues wholeheartedly support all of the change proposals. We voted unanimously to share a resolution in support, and it's our feeling that pursuing these changes, while they may not fix all the problems with animal welfare in Orange County, they will certainly take some steps to improve the welfare of the animals in Orange County, and will also improve the efficiency of the operation of Orange County Animal Services, I strongly encourage you to listen to the facts and not the emotion. Animal welfare is a very emotional topic, always has been, and it always will. But it is important to know that the facts make a difference and the statistics and the outcomes make a difference. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. McVickers, for your volunteer service on the Animal Services Board, as well as the others who are here today. We'll move to the next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning. Lori Sepulveda, Claremont, Florida. I'm speaking regarding Animal Services' proposed reduction of animal stray hold times. There are benchmark shelters that have adopted reduced stray hold policies, but they have something that Orange County Animal Services does not. The benchmark shelters all have mandatory pet licensing and registration. This means the benchmark shelter impounded animals already have an established form of identification, giving them a far greater chance of being reunited with their families. Orange County lacks this safeguard. Without a licensing system, reducing the stray hold period removes the last remaining safety net these cats have. All the following benchmark shelters require a license: Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, Hillsborough, City of Jacksonville, Lee, Pasco, Broward, Manatee, Marion, Alachua, Indian River, Citrus, Sumter, Pasco, Monroe, and Lake County. It appears OCAS is modeling its reduction of stray hold times on these benchmark shelters, but without fully adopting their comprehensive programs that actually make the benchmark shelters reunifications successful. These benchmark shelters actually credit their success with reunification to their pet licensing, with quotes like this from Brevard County: "A license is your ticket's best home. A license is your pet's ticket home should it become lost." These OCAS Facebook page is a great tool. In the first 9 months of 2025, there were approximately 225 posts, 168 posts for dogs, 53 PSAs, but only 8 posts for cats. There were no posts explaining to the animal constituents how to reclaim their animal. So I urge you to keep the 3-day stray hold period in place for cats without ID and instead focus on microchipping, licensing, and community outreach so every cat has a real chance to make it home. Please increase the shelter budget to facilitate necessary positive changes.
When you started, you said your name very quickly, so I could not quite catch your name.
Oh, Sepulveda.
And what
Lori.
Lori.
Okay.
Yeah,
sorry about that. I talk fast.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Stefania McGrath. I live at 655 Palmer Avenue, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. And I am here to discuss the proposed changes to stray holds that Orange County Animal Services is proposing. With ID, they are reducing stray holds from 5 business days down to 3. Those are calendar days, including every day of the year. 5 business days is 120 hours plus, depending on what day of the week that falls on. 3 calendar days is up to 72 hours. Those are the amount of hours that those animals, if they are at minimum, are going to be allowed to find their families. Cat stray holds without ID. Some people don't believe in microchipping, unfortunately. Without ID from 3 business days down to 1 calendar day, any day of the week. 3 business days is 72 hours. 1 calendar day is 24 hours. I have been a cat parent for more than 40 years. The first day, I am not going to be calling the shelter. I'm going to be searching and asking neighbors where my pet is. I am not going to spend my time at 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours calling the shelter, hoping my pet is there. Whether I'm calling, emailing, or going physically, how is the shelter staff, employees, and volunteers, how are they going to be able to handle that kind of traffic and get back to the home where that pet is living, the family is living, searching for it? How are they going to get back to that many people that rapidly without putting their animal at risk of adoption, fostering, or euthanasia? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, Mayor, we have one last batch of speaker cards. Going to start with Liz Doherty, followed by Brian Henley and Marie Gay.
Good morning. My name is Liz Doherty. I reside at 1710 Spruce Avenue in Winter Park. I would like to comment on some of the proposed ordinance provisions affecting animal services. While I agree with several, including sterilization at first impound with medical exemptions, I must emphasize the need to delay enacting this provision until the shelter has not only filled current vacancies, but also fully staffs up and trains for the additional workload. We should not add further stress when we are already seeing delays of up to 3 months in sterilizing dogs. In 2025 fiscal year, 480 dogs were euthanized at Ocus, 333 for temperament reasons. Many of these temperament situations were intact dogs who could not be co-housed. Ocus acknowledges that sterilization reduces problem behaviors, so let's see that effected to protect more shelter pets. Regarding reducing stray holes, I am concerned that it will lessen reunification efforts. That number might already be low because stray hole periods are not, generally speaking, a long time. I understand Ocus looked to other counties, but it seems that most of those counties require registration and licensing of pets. Ocus seems behind or an outlier in that regard, so Ocus is lessening stray holes, but not adding other reunification tools adopted elsewhere. I don't feel comfortable with this. Lastly, and most importantly, I don't know if this is meant to curb backyard breeding, but I believe these proposals fail to effectively address the real and prevalent problem. Backyard breeders, when their pets are sterilized, would likely get a pet somewhere else, as opposed to all of a sudden stop unethical breeding for money, especially if it's lucrative. And these proposals don't provide ample tools to get pets out of bad situations. How about strengthening anti-cruelty laws? Adopt a real backyard breeding ordinance. And please consider increasing the animal services budget for additional enforcement officers and resources. Recently, Ocus went to the home of someone whose dogs attacked another dog. That owner is on an animal abuse registry for charges related to dog fighting, but had dogs. They need more protections.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Doherty. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Brian Henley. I live at 3848 Brandy Street, Orlando, Florida, and I am a member of the Orange County Animal Services Advisory Board. We've looked at these issues extensively, and we had the benefit of listening to Mrs. Summers, her presentation, and we definitely support it. It is definitely needed. We are not going to fund our way out of this problem. It's going to be incremental with different approaches. The ordinances are part of that multi-pronged approach. So I would urge you to listen to her and to talk to your workers over in Orange County Animal Services, and they will give you all the information you need to realize why these ordinances are necessary, even though they might sound extreme based on some of the prior comments. She'll explain why they're not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Henley. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Marie Gay, and I live at 1500 Gay Road in Winter Park. And I came today to talk about the changes in the hold time for the animals at the centers. I know this is a really difficult question. I know we have a real problem, but this doesn't seem to be the right solution. If you're going to do, it doesn't look like enough time to me. If you've been out on Nextdoor, the app, and you see people searching for their pets, they're frantic. And, like if I left this morning and one of the kids let the cat out after I left, I'm not going to know that till 6 o'clock tonight. And if that cat got to the facility at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then I have till 1 o'clock the next day to find it. How long does it take to get the pictures out on the website that they take? So you at least can try to look at them if they're not open. So that concerns me. If it's a kitten or a puppy, there's no hold time. So as soon as you get a kitten or a puppy in, you can kill it. Is that not what? I'm looking forward to the presentation because I do not understand some of this. Yeah. I don't think this is enough time for people. And I would like to understand, I am sure in the presentation we'll also understand some about the budget and what this would save, that sort of thing, which I would be interested in. And if you've only got one day, the rescue groups don't even have time to get there. It just doesn't make sense. There must be better solutions than this. And I think what people have said before about the licensing and that sort of thing, we should be looking at some of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gay. And I took note that you happen to live on a street that's named after your family, apparently. All right, do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker.
All right. Thank you all for coming. We will have a presentation by our Animal Services Director. So we're going to move forward on our agenda at this time. We'll move to the consent agenda. I'm going to ask the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Have two changes to the consent agenda. First is simply a wording addition on item D1 under the county attorney. Simply want to revise the opening to add the word execution so that it reads approval and execution of the settlement by and between Junior Davis Construction Company. So just that addition, but can stay on the agenda. Item L1 is the Community Redevelopment Agency regarding the Orange Blossom Trail Development Board. That item is being pulled to be heard separately while the board is sitting as the Orange County Community Redevelopment Agency after the consent agenda is heard. So, Mayor, with that one correction, wording addition rather to D1 and pulling L1 for separate discussion, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with the exception
Motion
of the
for
two
approval.
items that
Second,
are,
please.
I'm still speaking, Commissioners, let me finish. With the exception of the two items that are being pulled by the county administrator, the 1, D1, and L1, now we'll entertain a motion for approval of the remaining items.
So moved, Eureka.
Second.
All right, we have a motion.
Just a
by-
correction, Mayor. D1 does not need to be pulled. I just needed to note
The correction,
change.
the correction. Okay, correction of the addition of the word execution. And item L1 will be pulled to be heard separately. With that, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, and I believe I heard Commissioner Moore as the seconder on the motion. With that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now we'll adjourn as the Orange County Board of County Commission and convene as the Orange County Community Redevelopment Agency for the consideration of the consent agenda item. And with that, on the CRA.
That's item L1 that was on the consent agenda, asking board approval of the recommendations in the contract to expend funds as noted in item L1.
Mayor, move approval for L1.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Scott. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, with that, we are adjourned as the Orange County Community Development Agency and reconvene as the Orange County Board of County Commissioners. I'd like to highlight at this point some of the remaining items approved on the consent agenda this morning. In advance of our holiday season, Orange County is adding an additional $1 million to our food bank distribution program. This is administered through a partnership with Second Harvest Food Bank. The program works with food pantries and other feeding partners throughout Orange County to mitigate food insecurity, Countywide, with the additional funding, Second Harvest estimates distributing nearly 870,000 additional pounds of food. In addition, this will serve countless families within Orange County. Second Harvest estimates distributing nearly I believe it's over 80,000 families will be served. Today, we're taking another major step in helping Orange County families and neighborhoods recover from Hurricane Milton. The change order the board just approved supports the full rollout of key recovery programs funded by the Hurricane Milton Community Development Block Grant, the Disaster Recovery Program. These programs will help homeowners repair or rebuild storm-damaged homes, support rental and new affordable housing, rebuild public infrastructure and community services, and invest in mitigation projects to make our neighborhoods stronger and more resilient. And so I wanted to make that note. Also, there was some concern about the various shelter programs that we have for the homeless in our community. I do remind all of you that this year Orange County has allocated over $50 million to address homelessness-related issues, and essentially every board meeting that we have, we pass something to support those efforts underway within our community. These are mandates that the state required all local governments to have a homelessness response plan by this fall. We have a plan of action. We'll note that we didn't receive any funding from the state, but we had a mandate. And so sometimes when we take the people's money in Orange County to address the issues of the people in Orange County, it is costly. This morning, you heard a number of people who came forward during the public comment period. Oftentimes, when we have challenges as a community, those challenges need a solution that requires a financial solution. Almost never do we have someone that identifies a challenge and they come forward and they identify the real solution and how we have to use the limited funds that we have to address the myriad of issues that we have as a community. I will tell you that this board does the best that we can do using a finite amount of money that we have to address all of those issues. We do need help from time to time from the private sector, the business sector, the philanthropic sector to help us resolve some of these issues that we have. And so we're looking for those solutions within our community, and please understand that. We're not like the federal government. We cannot run a deficit. Our budget has to balance. We cannot spend more than we bring in, and we have a budget that we'll be managing to try to do the best that we can in that regard. So again, I just want our public to understand that we are a compassionate board. We hear you, but we do have a limitation of funding. Okay.
Mayor?
And with that, Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure before we moved on, I wanted to thank you, our board, and our partners. I know Second Harvest is here today, and with understanding sort of this politically created shortfall in benefits for people who, this is largely children, seniors in our disability community. So to see this board take action so quickly and to make sure that we're getting food out far and wide. I think I went on every commissioner's Facebook last week and saw there were feedings in every district across the county, which means we're getting this into places, we're getting food into places that I don't know if people realize. So that's like churches and senior centers and schools, elementary schools. And I really want to thank you, and I want to thank our friends at Second Harvest and our community partners.
Absolutely. We found ourselves in the position that we're in because of some decisions that were made at the federal level, but yet it impacts people who live here in our community, and we saw fit to make some modifications in our budget in terms of those priorities. That's what government is supposed to do to the extent that we can. With that, we'll move forward. Now on our agenda, we'll move to the discussion agenda. We're going to have Ms. Tracy Atanasio, our contract supervisor, come forward regarding a procurement item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for comprehensive banking and treasury management services. I am requesting board selection of one firm and an alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Scott was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right, Commissioner Scott, do you have a potential motion?
I do, Mayor. Move for the requested action with the selection of J.P. Chase Morgan Bank in A with 390 points, with Fifth Third Bank 386 points as the alternate, as well as the requested action on screen.
All right, is there a second?
Second, Uribe.
Second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. A motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move forward then on our agenda. We're going to call on Ms. Diane Summers to come forward, the manager of our Animal Services Division, to present proposed revisions to Chapter 5 of the Orange County Code. There's no specific action being requested at this time, but she will be making a full presentation. Thank you, Ms. Summers. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. I'm really excited to be here. These changes have been a long time coming. I'm seeing some head nodding, and I appreciate that because we've talked about some of these a while ago. So it's something we've been talking about for years, more recently in months, and then it's taken over my life in the past couple weeks. Is the presentation ready? All right, so it looks like we have it in a PDF version, but hopefully we can get that corrected. Just to begin, my name is Diane Summers. I've been with Orange County Animal Services since 2010 and then became the division manager in 2019. In addition to that, I'm also a certified animal welfare administrator and serve on the Florida Animal Protection and Advocacy Association Board, formerly known as the Florida Animal Control Association. So just to reiterate, I'm really excited to get into this with you all today. We're going to start with some of the purpose of what brings us together today, the background of animal services, what the actual suggested changes are, and then I'll conclude with a summary. So I'll say that all these suggestions were made in the interest of improving animal welfare, both for the animals in our shelter and in the community as a whole. They were made after careful consideration, after listening to our community, and after doing thorough research with our benchmark and neighboring shelters. Our ordinance last experienced major revisions in 2005, so we're about 20 years out from needing to make these changes. So what we're going to be talking about today is broadening mandatory spay-neuter to reduce the number of unwanted and unplanned for litters of puppies and kittens. Increasing enforcement opportunities related to unethical sales of puppies and kittens, which is something that you've heard people discuss this morning. We also want to promote responsible pet ownership through increasing mandatory pet microchip identification. We want to adjust our stray holds to be more consistent with benchmark and neighboring counties. We want to codify our current trap neuter return program and remove language related to nuisance trapping. And then we also want to ensure compliance with a newly enacted state law related to dangerous dogs. So a bit of background about Animal Services. We are the only physical shelter for misplaced dogs and cats in Orange County. And our location is off Conroy Road. I know pretty much all of you at this point have been to our shelter on at least one occasion, especially recently. So no stray animal is ever turned away, regardless of medical condition, regardless of any behavior challenges they may present with. Stray animals are picked up by staff 24/7 or can be brought to our shelter at any time we're open, and that's 7 days a week at this point. We also handle intake via surrender, as we have an intake diversion program, so people who are looking to rehome their pets can reach out to us for assistance as well. One of the most common questions that comes up with Animal Services is, are you a no-kill shelter? And it's a bit of a loaded term. It's divisive in animal welfare because it does have multiple definitions. However, the main one is established by the Best Friends Animal Society, which is a national animal welfare organization. They have the whole definition there, but basically they've set the threshold for what is considered a no-kill shelter at a 90% save rate. And so that's basically the percentage of your animals that are adopted, reclaimed, or taken in by rescue groups compared to those that do not have that outcome. And so for us, we have been above a 90% live release rate for dogs for about a decade now, since 2016. For this most recent fiscal year, we achieved a 91% live release rate for dogs and 88% for cats. We're very proud of our life saving. And so that's something I definitely want to bring attention to, because I know some of the comments and some of the general consensus out there seems to be to demonize shelters and assume that we want to euthanize animals. And I want to take this opportunity to assure you nothing could be further from the truth. Looking at our total dog and cat impounds, I have this slide in here because one of the most common misconceptions is that when the human population booms, it correlates with the number of animals arriving at the shelter. So we've heard population has gone up, so therefore you must have a surge of animals in the shelter as well. But looking back over our historical data, this shows the last 15 years, and we actually see a pretty steady rate for dog intakes with a slight decrease. That dip there is the pandemic. We actually saw a significant decrease in animals coming in related to COVID, and then we still haven't gone back to that for our dog population. However, our cat numbers have gone back up. That background slide as well with the table is data from Shelter Animals Count, which is a national opt-in database striving for the standardization of data. Thousands of shelters and rescue groups enter their data into that platform each year. And so I wanted to bring attention to the sheer volume of what we handle in Orange County. So you can see for Orange County, we have the highest number of adoptions for dogs, and I believe the second highest number of intakes for dogs as well across the entire state, looking at all of our municipal shelters. And then it's very high for cats as well. For our shelter-based services and programs, we handle adoptions. We facilitate approximately 8,500 adoptions annually. We also have a very strong foster care program specifically for kittens. That's our biggest need for foster care. We handle rescue placements. We work with more than 100 local rescue groups, and they take in animals that may have medical needs or behavior challenges. And we see approximately 1,500 animals go to rescue groups each year. Additionally, we handle pet reunifications. We see 1,100 animals reclaimed by their families each year. And I'll get into this in a little bit, but it's mostly dogs. 33% of our stray dogs are reclaimed by their families compared to just 3% of cats. We also have volunteer opportunities. Approximately 23,000 hours are volunteered to our shelter each year. We offer microchipping and rabies vaccine services, a heartworm disease sponsorship program, play groups, behavior team, and this is just kind of touching the very surface of what we handle. We also have community-focused services and programs with a spay-neuter voucher program. We issued more than 1,400 spay-neuter vouchers in this last fiscal year. We have an intake diversion program, so people who are looking to rehome their animal for any reason can reach out to us. That does mean we have a pretty long list of specifically dogs waiting to come into the shelter. It's about 250 dogs that are waiting to come into the shelter, and so we triage those as best we can. We also have satellite adoption centers that we work with, a trap neuter return program, which you'll hear more about in a little bit. We handle educational outreach. We have strong media partnerships. We have a Wait Till 8 kitten specific diversion program, and then we have partnerships with our local boarding facilities as well. Just looking at some of the numbers for our last fiscal year, we had nearly 70,000 visitors to our location over by the mall at Millennia. We handled more than 34,000 requests for citizen assistance, which we are, and I'm sure this will surprise no one, I know you've heard this before, but 311's number one, we are the number one reason people call 311. And it has been like that since they first started tracking that. We took in more than 15,000 domestic animals and then had nearly 12,000 live release outcomes, and that includes adoptions, animals reclaimed by their families, and other live release outcomes as well. We are very fortunate to have a trust fund where our donated dollars go. So anytime somebody makes a monetary donation to the shelter, it goes into the trust fund, and then we offer grants through that to our local rescue partners. And we were able to award $77,500 in grants to them to support their life-saving measures as well. We have 110 full-time employees, and then we're also supported by 402 foster parents, 330 volunteers, and 127 rescue partners. All that to say, we have a very strong network, not only internally, but throughout the community as well. And we're very thankful to have the support of our advisory board as well. There's a picture of them right up there, and the 7-person group meets once monthly, and they are appointed with BCC approval. They, as you heard in public comment earlier, they have reviewed these suggested changes and shared their unanimous support in September. All right, so let's get into the suggested changes. So we have mandatory spay-neuter on first impound, minimum requirements for pet sales, updating minimum stray hold timeframes, trap neuter return, mandatory microchipping on reclaim, and updating that dangerous dog language. So mandatory spay-neuter on first impound, this is the first one that we're suggesting because I do feel it will be the most impactful. We're seeing that 86%, thank you, that's much better. We're seeing that 86% of pets are coming into the shelter intact. This represents that even among owned animals, the majority of them are intact. And that could be because people can't afford spay and neuter, it's not easily accessible, they may have certain reasons they don't want their animal to be spayed and neutered, but any intact animal can and likely will reproduce if given the opportunity. And so that means unplanned for and unwanted litters of puppies and kittens. Additionally, intact animals are more prone to behavior challenges, they wander, they can be more aggressive, and then also certain health conditions as well are more prone in intact animals. Spay and neuter is the only proactive measure for curbing pet overpopulation. And pet overpopulation essentially means you have more animals in the shelter than you have homes for. And I think we've proven that with our multiple press releases about the shelter being full throughout the years. And that's not an Orange County specific problem. It's not even a statewide problem. That's all throughout the country. So we are suggesting spay and neuter on first impound of an animal at the shelter to help alleviate that pet overpopulation, to help with individual pet health and those problem behaviors as well. And there are certain exceptions that can be built into these ordinances, such as for animals that have come in as a way of confiscation from the owner's hospitalization or incarceration. There are certain exceptions that can be carved out, and we can get into that should you wish to direct legal to develop an ordinance on this. There is precedent set for this. Spay and neuter is mandatory in these jurisdictions. That's Palm Beach, Volusia, Monroe, and Citrus. Spay and neuter is required after first impound of a pet, like what we're suggesting in Jacksonville, Clay County, Collier County, and Marion County passed it recently this year as well. And then that bullet there kind of gets into what some of the exceptions are. So it could be for animals that are registered show animals, medically unfit, utilized by law enforcement, a guide dog or service dog, or in cases where a veterinarian with a pre-established relationship with a pet certifies they are of quality to be bred. And when we say stray impounds, we are specifically looking to target animals that have come in loose. So that would be animals that somebody has found and brought in, or animal services officers have found at large. And so those are the ones that we're trying to capture with the mandatory spay neuter. So when their owner comes in, we want to be able to assist them with that and require that spay neuter. And we'll say it isn't completely radical because we do require spay neuter on second impound currently. So just looking at dogs specifically, because that dog reclaim rate is significantly higher. 90 dogs are subject to mandatory sterilization annually by way of the current ordinance, but if we update it to requiring spay and neuter on first impound, we will capture an additional 700 dogs requiring spay and neuter for them, which will inevitably reduce the number of animals coming into the shelter in the future. This change does require an additional surgical team of veterinarian and technicians, so we are asking for approximately 1 year in lead time for budgeting and hiring purposes. Moving into the next suggested change, it's going to be updating the minimum requirements for sales of pets. As you've heard, there are concerns among our residents about breeders that are driven more so by profit than ethical breeding or in the interest of the pets. So there is a current state law that has parameters for the sales of pets, and that includes health certificates in certain vaccines. They have to share information on the Pet Lemon Law and establishes a minimum age of sale of 8 weeks of age for puppies and kittens. The problem is that this state statute language is not mirrored in our Orange County Code, so it is difficult for our animal services officers to cite violators. What we're proposing is mirroring that language in our code, and there is precedent set for that. All of these municipalities have done similarly with mirroring that language. And so this is a step forward in how we want to address some of the breeding concerns that are out there. There is no entire solution for that. This is something that we view will be enforceable, because that is another concern with some of the suggestions we've heard, is ultimately the enforceability and practicality of it. But this, having seen that there is such a precedent in other municipalities mirroring that state law and requiring these already established parameters, we do feel like this will be a successful first step forward in addressing the breeding concerns. All right, I'm going to spend some time on this one, given our public comment earlier today. So we are suggesting updating our minimum stray hold timeframes. What's a minimum stray hold is from the moment an animal comes into our shelter, we can calculate legally how long we need to hold that animal before they can be released to an adopter or rescue group. If during that time frame an owner comes in, we work with them. Even if an owner says, hey, you've given me a deadline of Friday, but I'm out of town, I won't be back until Sunday, we routinely work with those owners because a reclaim is our top priority. If we can get an animal back to the home where they're loved, it saves all of our resources for the animals that are truly homeless. So we did a significant amount of research on this. So I'm going to go through Palm Beach County. They state that cats without identification, and identification is specifically a microchip or a collar with tags, those cats can be immediately processed for placement in Palm Beach County, no hold whatsoever. Cats with identification, which is going to be the microchip and tags, and dogs are to be held 4 days. For Miami-Dade, they have that dogs and cats with identification are to be held 3 days. The confinement period for puppies is only 24 hours, and there is no minimum confinement period for unmarked cats. So you'll start to see some consistency with municipalities not holding unmarked cats for any period whatsoever. Broward County, they have dogs and cats without identification shall be held 3 business days, and there's no confinement period whatsoever for puppies and kittens less than 4 months of age. Lake County states that dogs with no identification are to be held 72 hours. Dogs with identification are to be held 120 hours specifically. Cats without identification and cats participating in a trap, neuter, return program, as well as puppies and kittens under 4 months of age, no hold time whatsoever. And Brevard County as well, they have a 5-day stray hold time, but that is 5 days across the board. So what we are suggesting, our current ordinance has the definition of working days when calculating stray hold. So dogs with identification, that's 5 working days. And working days is specifically Monday through Saturday. I did hear reference earlier that working days excluded the entirety of the weekend, but that is not accurate. It only excludes Sundays. And that's because at the time the ordinance was last updated in 2005, our shelter was closed on Sundays, so that made sense. However, now that we're open 7 days a week, owners have an opportunity to reclaim every single day of the week. So for dogs, all we're suggesting is updating that because of the availability of reclaim hours. So stray dogs with identification, 5 working days, stray dogs without identification, 3 working days. That is we're suggesting for dogs to change from working days to calendar days. That is the only modification we are suggesting there. The true difference comes into play with cats. Currently, stray cats with identification are to be held 5 working days, and stray cats without identification, 3 working days. And so we are wanting to bump that down after looking at our benchmark and neighboring shelters and also looking at our own data. Because just to reiterate, we're seeing 33% of stray dogs reclaimed compared to just 3% of cats. We have a large volume of cats coming into the shelter that are unowned. And so the benefit of processing these animals out quicker is that we can get them out to adopters and rescues quicker. That means there's less opportunity for them to become sick in the shelter, they're less exposed to stress, and it's a better experience for the adopters. Our goal in this is in no way related to euthanasia. We are merely wanting to get animals out into homes quicker and improve the experience for everyone involved. So we are suggesting cats without identification be held for 1 calendar day, which is more than some of those other counties are doing. Stray cats participating in our trap, neuter, return program, we're suggesting no hold for those, as well as puppies and kittens under 4 months of age, no hold as well. Those puppies and kittens tend to be very vulnerable, and exposing them to disease in the shelter is not ideal, so we want to get them out to adopters, foster parents, and rescues as quickly as possible. I want to take an opportunity to talk about licensing as well in this, because we've heard that counties that have reduced stray hold times have licensing opportunities as well. So pet licensing is basically a tax on having an animal. It means you have to register with your county and pay a certain fee. Broward, Miami-Dade, Hillsborough, I'm not sure about Hillsborough actually, they do have pet licensing. I spoke with Doug Brightwell, the director for Broward County yesterday. He says their compliance rate for pet licensing is 5%. Looking more locally, Seminole and Volusia counties recently did away with pet licensing because they also reported a 5 to 7% compliance rate. So the issue with licensing is that typically the 5 to 7% of owners that you're going to get to comply were never going to be your problem owners to begin with. The people that you want to try and get by licensing or the revenue that you're hoping to get from that, you're simply not going to get because the compliance is not there. That's what our research has shown. Although it is one of those things, a lot of things related to animal welfare sound good on paper, and I do recognize that. If you get everybody to opt in for a registration, that'd be great, but that's just not the reality that we're seeing. All right, moving into the next change, our current ordinance has outdated language related to nuisance trapping. We have discontinued nuisance trapping approximately 5 years ago, and we just want to update our ordinance to reflect that. We also have a very successful trap, neuter, return program. Approximately 700 cats per year participate in that program. Residents can request assistance, and we will trap, transport, sterilize, and vaccinate up to 5 cats per household per year. That's a program that we've offered for nearly a decade now, and it remains one of our most in-demand services. So we're merely wanting to remove that nuisance trapping language and then add in information related to trap, neuter, return, as it is widely accepted to be the standard in community cat management. And there's a list there of all the municipalities that offer trap, neuter, return. And I have to point out that our resident trap, neuter, return cat security, I'm looking over at the Security's many fans, the animal services team there. And so she has an ear notch that you can see, and that's a typical way to denote a trap, neuter, return cat. So when people have, let's say, 10 black cats in their neighborhood, they will know which ones have been spayed or neutered, judging by the ear notch. So just a fun fact there. And if you've been to our shelter recently, you probably have seen security loitering about. Moving into the next change is going to be mandatory microchipping on reclaim. Microchip is a small device the size of a grain of rice. It's inserted under the skin by the pet's shoulder blades and essentially serves as a tag that they can never take off. When scanned, it presents with a unique number, and that number can be researched and is correlated with an owner's unique information, their name, address, and phone number. It is the fastest way to get an animal back to their family. And so we would like to require this when an animal is reclaimed from our shelter. Currently, it's offered as an optional service, and many owners do opt in. It already has an established fee of $15, and then we also handle the registration for the animal as well, and it is a free lifetime registration. So should this owner ever move, change their phone number, anything like that in the future, it is free to update their information via this microchip company. And this would result in approximately 1,500 more pets being microchipped each year. And so this is something that we view as essential because if these animals are in our shelter, they've already gotten loose once. There's a chance that that will happen again. And so we see this as a benefit to those owners because if their animal ends up at a vet clinic, at another shelter, they can be found much, much more quickly. And there is heavy precedent set for microchipping. It's required in all of those municipalities. Moving into the last change, we want to update our dangerous dog language. So just as a brief overview on the dangerous dog process, in the interest of public safety, we do investigate dog attacks, and we look at the threshold of the severity of those attacks. State law does define what a severe attack is, and then if the attack has reached that, then the dog is to be declared dangerous. Now, a common misconception is that the dog will then be taken and euthanized. However, that's not the case. The owner can continue to own that dog, but with certain provisions on housing and handling, they must submit to an annual inspection and fee, and this all serves to mitigate the risk for potential future attacks. There was a new state law that was passed on July 1st, which has updated requirements and now has placed our local code in opposition with the state law. So we're suggesting updating the language to mirror that state law, which you may remember I came to you all approximately a year or two ago with a similar thing, so we're just repeating that. The new state law now requires that owners of dogs declared dangerous, they must obtain $100,000 in liability insurance coverage. Dogs that have inflicted a level 5 and higher bite on the Dunbar bite scale are now required to be held at the shelter throughout the dangerous dog investigation and any potential hearings and appeals. It also modifies the current penalty for an owner from a third-degree felony to now a second-degree felony when a dog that has previously been declared dangerous attacks and causes severe injury or death to a human. The amended law has also changed that intentional removal of a microchip is now a third-degree felony. Any person who resists or obstructs an animal control authority in an investigation commits a first-degree misdemeanor. The maximum fine for violation is now $1,000, and dogs with a known dangerous propensity must be housed in certain proper enclosure, which is defined in law. And I will say we see approximately 20 dogs declared dangerous each year, so this is really a small portion of the community that this would apply to, but it's necessary to update the code to mirror the state law. So in summary, I know we covered a lot of ground with these changes, and I just want to reiterate that because our ordinance hasn't been updated in so long, we view this as a necessary first step. And this isn't the only time I'm sure I'll be before you all suggesting ordinance changes, but this is where we feel we need to start, which is broadening mandatory spay and neuter to reduce the number of unwanted and unplanned for litters of pets, increasing enforcement opportunities related to unethical sales of puppies and kittens, promoting responsible pet ownership through mandatory microchipping, updating our stray hold times to be more consistent with benchmark and neighboring counties, and to help those animals process through our shelter quicker, which we do really believe is in their best interest. We want to codify our current trap, neuter, return program and remove that nuisance trapping language. And we want to ensure compliance with the newly enacted state law related to dangerous dogs. And so we do have a public hearing planned for January 13th, but what I'm asking for you is guidance on how to direct legal to move forward in these suggested changes. And so that concludes my presentation.
All right. So you can breathe a little bit now.
Thank you. I know I talk too fast. I get excited and I talk too fast.
When she comes before us, she's so passionate about the work that she does, and as well as the staff. I've had the opportunity to go into our shelter and visit and see the workers. And when I went in, I went unannounced so that I could see it in its natural operation. And what I found was that our employees really lead with their hearts. While I know we had some members of the public speak today, and some might construe that, there was criticism of the staff or the operations there, and I don't believe that was the intent of those who spoke. They just are advocates for the animals as well. But I know one thing, those persons who work at our shelter, they wouldn't be working there if they didn't also care about the pets themselves, because it can be difficult work to do what they're doing there. And those who go out in the field, they go out in all types of conditions and have to deal with all types of people in doing that work. Mm-hmm. And that, too, can be difficult. So we do appreciate the work that you're doing. We do have comments or questions by members of the board, and I'm going to lead off in the order in which it appears they pressed the button. Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, then followed by Commissioner Martinez-Simrad, and then we'll likely hear from other commissioners as well. So with that, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much, Diane, your whole team. I could not agree more with the mayor's description of the heart and dedication. We have been talking about some of these provisions for so long, and I've got to be very honest with you. I thought when I first saw this coming out in the agenda, I was like, victory lap. I expected to hear from all the people that I'd heard from over these past years about some of our challenges, saying, wow, you're finally getting at this. So I was completely floored with the contradictory, I think, criticisms of some of these things. So we hear a lot that the animals that are in the shelter for too long are crowded, they're on each other, they need to be with our rescue partners. So there's a plan in here to make sure that we're placing them with those rescue partners before their behavior starts to go downhill. And then we get criticized for it. Mm-hmm. The idea of, trying to finally get to sort of that backyard breeding by making sure that we're neutering and spaying, and then, we hear that there is some pushback on that. So I feel really strongly that you just have done a great job staying focused on what we know that research shows is good for animal welfare, and that means getting them placed outside that shelter If there is, you work with owners who may be out of town, so that should not be a major issue. And I kind of want you to go back to the slide that was before we switched to the whole page that showed how many are placed, because I also think I'm extremely protective of your entire department, of everybody that's involved here, in the concern that the reason why the hold stay is going shorter has anything to do with euthanasia. I'm offended by the notion. I want to make sure that people have the facts, and I want to debunk the myths like today. So if we could take a look at that again and just show the success. I understand that Orange County Animal Services has been around for a long, long time, and that the operations have evolved. But these potential updates are part of that evolution. So if you could just restate sort of what you're seeing here.
Yes, is this the slide that you were referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for having me put it back because it really does need to be on the full screen to fully appreciate the trajectory of those live release rates. You can see in 2010, our live release rate for cats was 23%. So that means for every 4 cats that came in, 1 would make it out. And now we're at 88%. For dogs, our live release rate in 2010 was only 66%, so you're talking about a little better than half would make it out. And we have since 2016 with dogs been above 90%, which would be the threshold to claim no-kill status. We specifically don't do that because I know it can be confusing for the public because it is something that people internalize differently, have different understandings for, but we could claim to be a no-kill shelter for dogs and could have done that since 2016. We don't do that. We just strive to do the best life-saving that we can with the resources that we have, and we're very thankful to have a lot of support from our community, which is how we're able to reach these numbers. And we have some of the highest live release rates for a municipal shelter across our state.
Yeah, I think the number that blew me out of the water this past update was the one about how many have visited the shelter and have, the success stories, even with, I think, what we understand is a facility that is, on the precipice of being updated and not necessarily welcoming and a little bit challenging for everybody that works there, for the animals, and for people who are going to potentially adopt. I cannot wait for the new shelter. I think that's going to be another huge contributor to a higher adoption rate. But I think all these things have to be discussed at the same time because these investments and ordinance updates have to happen in conjunction with one another to truly get, I think, to part of the problem with the population. I know, and I want to do this offline, I know, Mr. Weems, we've talked before about some of the backyard breeding challenges we have. I don't want to hold up anything that we really know has been successful in other places. So if we could maybe do an offline meeting on that. But I want to state my support right now for, as we look sort of down this bullet point, the mandatory spay-neuter is a no-brainer to me. I am so grateful to see this finally coming through as an option, and I am very supportive of it. I'm a yes there. The minimum pet sale requirements, that aligns us with state law. We understand that that may give us more information for also how to get to backyard breeding. So I'm hopeful that that can actually additionally provide information. And then the stray hold, to me, it makes the most sense ever, understanding we want dogs to be able, and cats to be placed in with our rescue partners and back with their owners. Let me ask you a quick question on this one. If animal was lost and I was trying to find my animal, how long would it take me to get a hold of somebody at the shelter just by, calling 311 or calling the number that's on the website?
So the best thing is that when an animal is impounded at our shelter, their picture is put on the website immediately. Our website updates every minute, actually. So as soon as that animal comes in, one of the first things they get is a picture. They're put on the website. We start researching microchip information and any possible owner information right away. We have a team dedicated to handling that. We can be reached by calling 311, and our shelter is open 7 days a week, too. So the best thing, we just recommend everyone come to the shelter as soon as you've lost your animal.
So, and I so appreciate the person who described looking for the animal. I have been that lady out jogging around with a leash in my hand, calling my dog's name.
We all have.
On the phone, also saying, hey, is he there?
Yes.
And so understanding that's not necessarily a prohibitive thing, and we understand that you're looking in your neighborhood, but that shouldn't delay the process. And if an animal potentially doesn't have somebody out there and they can be placed in a rescue, we have to do that. That could save their life. That could save their life.
Yes.
Okay, so then coming down the list, the TNR, yes, support, and the mandatory microchipping. I don't know why this would be controversial. To me, this seems like a no-brainer. If we can't get the licensing, a microchip is our best possible way to have some information about an animal that may have a family. And so that to me feels like we should broadly support that. And then, of course, the last one is dangerous dog. So I am in support of these proposals and hope that if there are some that we can bring back for to codify sooner than others, that we get moving on that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support and your understanding of the issues as well.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, first of all, I want to take a moment. Oh, my little microphone. I'm all excited. I want to take a moment to thank you guys, the staff and the volunteers. I have also showed up unannounced, and it's so funny. It's like, oh no, one of those are here, when we go. But they're so incredible and so friendly. And I really want to thank the board, okay? I am so sorry for all the hardship that the board has gone when this is a service of love, okay? And you volunteer your time, you volunteer your heart, but it's not just showing up for meetings. You guys are so actively involved in rescues and helping people and connecting people, and I want to acknowledge that. But I also, and this has been fantastic, and I love, Dr. Pino, you've led a great group of individuals with passion and commitment to these topics. And I love everything you're doing, from us sharing our pets, even though we should find out if our pets get adopted, okay? So if you can, okay, so please, can you let me know? I'd like to know. I'd like to know, okay? Because I really put a lot of effort in that. And even how you've even gone further, I know that Dr. Pino, you're so open-minded. I connected you with Trooper Steve from WKMG, and he's all excited because he said all of his pets have been adopted, But I want to come back to the issue, right? And I'm going to actually get a little personal on this, the chipping process, right? So I was naive to the chipping process, all right? We've had animals. I've been married now for 20 years, and we've always had dogs. And it wasn't until we went to the Conway Festival where you guys were doing free chipping that I realized how vital it is. And sadly, we lost our dog, and it was a Belgian Malinois. And they're beautiful dogs, well-trained and very expensive. And no one turned it into the shelter, right? And we didn't have a chip. We had a collar that had a chip, but when the battery ran out, you didn't know. And I think that what I want to take this moment is how important it is to educate people on chipping, because we don't really think about that. Like, when you think of people who have animals, they just love them, and even our new dog, Roosevelt, we never thought about it until you had an event with the county, and I was like, oh, let's go get him chipped. And I even remember that day, we had our dog, it was a long line, and I was your last dog chip for the day, and I came, and it took a second, but I had this fear of, oh, is it going to hurt Roosevelt? Oh, what does it mean? Oh, all these conceptions. And I think there's a lack of knowledge, like real knowledge on how important and vital chipping is, because that's how you connect with your family. Your dogs or your cats, they are your family. And so I would like to propose helping get this information out, because we don't do it enough. And I know plenty of people whose animals are not chipped. And I've had 3 dogs, and this is my first one ever chipped, And so I do also want to see how we can promote, because I've also gone to the shelter to try to find our dog, and it's very chaotic and it's very overwhelming, right? So when we lost Kennedy, and you can see the trend, Kennedy Roosevelt, here we go. But anyways, and I have a Lincoln, but he's for real. He's a boy, he's a real boy. But when we went, it's very overwhelming, and it's not easy to facilitate. Now, I love the fact that we can go online. I didn't know that, where you guys put that up. I love these things. And so procedurally, I love what you're doing, and I'm in support of it. And you guys have done a lot of work, and you've listened, and you've gone out, and you've done your research. But my missing thing here, and I even hearing the public comments of concern, is the knowledge of someone out there who owns and what they should be doing if something happens. I think that's it. One, I want to be an advocate to help you guys push the chipping, because now there is a sense of comfort in my household. If anything were to happen, he will go. And secondly, and I also agree, breeders, even how we got our dog, it was a breeder, but she didn't do it for money. It's like her doggies have babies, and she's like, look at these babies, and would you guys like one? And I have a Maltese now. And it wasn't like she was in business to do it. So there's a part of people who breed for a reason, and then there's a part of people who breed because they have dogs and cats, and they want to get rid of, they want to give them out to families. But I think that we should get knowledgeable on that, because I agree with you on the fees. These people aren't even thinking about registering, but the only component that I find in all of this is how we can be better to advocate to make sure that this doesn't happen. That's really where I want to be. Or if it does happen, here's what you do. You know, if you do, go on the website, go do this, go do that. Because as someone who's been through it, it's very emotional. You know, you're just on panic mode, and every minute that stops, you're just thinking something bad is happening, you know. But having that story of knowing, had we chipped, we probably could have found, you know, could have also changed things. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you to the staff. Make sure you reiterate that when you guys take that back today. And thank you for your leadership and encouraging your team to be the best that they are at what they do. So thank you so much. All right, guys. And I love what you're doing. I just want to be helped more in advocating for those things that'll make your job easier, so that we don't have to have dogs that don't have a home, or cats.
Yes, I agree with all that. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for this presentation. The question, they are easy, but they are questions that are coming from the residents. And, you know, it's important, like Commissioner Uribe said, you know, that to understand a little bit more. So, for example, the pet lemon law, is that only in Florida?
I'm looking at Tatiana Cordner from the county attorney's office. I'm only aware of it in Florida, and same for you. Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And if someone has, you know, a problem, and it would be helpful to use the pet lemon, they call who? The police, and do a report? What is the process in order to get this through?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Tatiana Cordner from the County Attorney's Office. So with regards to the pet lemon law in Florida Statute 828.29, that specifically deals with people who are pet dealers. So if they are having 2 or more litters a year, or 20 or more pets a year that they're breeding and then giving out for sale, then they would have to ensure that if they gave somebody like a sick pet, or if unfortunately a pet died, then they would have to be able to refund that money and reimburse those people for those costs. So the pet lemon law applies to those specific pet dealers in the Florida state statute. And then within that statute, if for some reason the pet dealer did not comply, then it would be a crime. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. So they would call the sheriff's office to report that.
Okay, thank you. Well explained. Thank you so much. Okay, my other question is, Diane, is the owner the only one that can take the pet to get the microchip?
You're talking about if we did like a microchipping event for the public? Yes, we have had occasionally people where like the owner may be, for whatever reason, unable to attend. We've had a caretaker bring the animal instead, but then the animal will be registered with that person's information. But if it's a family member or something like that, that's sometimes an agreement that they're willing to come to.
But
we would generally recommend it be the owner who attends and seeks out the microchipping.
But what if it's not an event, but they go to the animal service office or shelter? Can they, that's where you all, you know, they can go and do it?
At this point, we only offer it through our quarterly events.
Oh.
Yeah. But there are other low-cost options to obtain microchipping services, but we would always generally recommend, because whoever's there is who's going to be registered with the microchip, that be the owner. But if it's somebody close to them that they trust with the animal, that's also fine, but that's an agreement they would need to reach.
So then if you are, you know, if you are doing it only through events and this is mandatory, what will be the, you know, whatever it is, if they don't get it through or something, you know, I don't know, time?
It's a mandatory on reclaim of the animal. So only if their animal comes into the shelter would then they be required to have the animal microchipped, and it's something we would then offer there at the shelter.
And is this only implant in any animal, or it would be specifically in dogs?
Dogs and cats.
Dogs and cats? Okay. And my other question is, okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right. Dr. Kelly Martinez Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Diane. Thank you to your team. Also District 5, our team went out unannounced, visited the Orange County Animal Shelter, walked the dogs around the pond. And when I was there, Diane, I spoke to you about, this is a hard job, and the mental health of the employees, because they're dealing on hard topics. But you can see that the entire team is passionate about what they do, so thank you. And before I begin, when we went and we did our tour, we learned, so as long as I have a mic, that what they need right now, they need large dog foster homes. And they need people that can come in and help get those large dogs into a foster home so that they can get training and move through the process to get adopted. They also need supplies and food, so please make donations during the holiday season to your animal shelters as well. I have just a question as to why it took 20 years to make these updates.
That's a good question.
Because Diane Summers was not there. That's why for all the 20 of those years.
So we don't know why. It was just because it was overlooked. There wasn't a team. Okay, so we were just deficit in.
And to a
Orange
certain
County
extent, we were able to carry, for example, trap, neuter, return. Even though our current ordinance has that nuisance trapping language, we were still able to work around it. But at this point, there are so many changes that we want to make. It compelled us to come before you all today.
That's great. I'm glad that you're here. Do you have, to ensure that we don't go 20 years again without updates, do you have a policy in place where you say that you review policies every X years for updates?
We review our policies continually. We change rapidly at Animal Services. So we don't have necessarily that policies are reviewed at a set interval, but I can tell you our program managers, we meet every other Tuesday and we go over policies and we change them every single meeting.
So when did you...
See, Dr. Pino is...
When did you...
So he might want to...
So it has taken 20 years because the shelter has been evolving for 20 years. The mission of the shelter has changed over time. It was initially just designed to deal with rabies. It was a rabies control program, and it was created to work with the State Health Department in controlling rabies, mainly.
20 years ago it was
more than 20
rabies?
years ago, because it was...
Founded in 1967.
In 1967 when it opened. Now, we are here today because we are also anticipating what's going to happen with the new shelter and the new facility, and what will we be able to do. In the current shelter, we will not be able to do 700 additional surgeries. And that's why we're also asking that when you approve these recommendations in the future, if you do approve them, give us a year in advance so that we don't start until the shelter is finished. But we also have the opportunity to educate the public at large in those changes so that the community is informed. So that's the general lay of the land and why we are here today and plan to come in the future to update our programs to reflect the investment that the BCC has done in the program.
Great. So, Diana, I'll reach out, with my team so that we can always make sure that we can get policy revision, without 2 decades passing us again. One of the things that I heard from Paul Ween, and I know him from years being on our P&Z board, the local planning agency, I appeared before him. We worked together to try to not allow a commercial breeder to open in East Orange County through Animal Advisory Board before I was ever up here. So I've known him for a very long time. And one of the things that he references is the tax burden on our people. And so one of these line items, and I want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with spay and neuter on first impound, and I wholeheartedly agree on microchipping. But both of those programs, when I do the benchmark data comparison with other shelters around the state, have have an expense that's associated with them. And I hear from the mayor very clearly when he says, we do the best with what we can, but if you take from this pot, we gotta for a supplement here, we can't just create more money. So these policies come with costs that are associated. So when I did, and I ran the numbers, and we also, my team did a lot of research. We called the benchmark shelters as well. And like in Miami-Dade, when I look at how they're funding the spay and neutering services, it's through the license and registration. That's actually how they fund it. And according to their budget, they're bringing in like $1 million from on-site and $7.2 million from licensing stations, which is giving an operation cost to the shelter. And so I think that's why that license and registration is so important. We're talking about a service that it is a burden to taxpayers, and it's hard to tell people that when we're fighting homelessness as well, that we're also spending money on animals, because not everybody values animals the same. I do. I just adopted Orange County rabbit on Sunday, yes, and the rabbit ladies have asked, could they please be included in some of these policies as well, because of the rabbit breeding that we also have, and they jumped on board several years ago with the pet sales. So they've asked to be incorporated within some of these policies as well when rabbits come in. But regardless, I'm going back to the revenue source. So I know you've asked for a 1-year grace time to get the budget, and I know through Dr. Pino that it's approximately $600,000 for the salary and the fringe and the benefits and such. But what we don't have is the operative cost of the additional surgeries. And we know that that will be an expense. And we know that the microchips will be an expense. And we also, through my research around the state and with my team, we also see that there are families that can't afford to do the microchip, or they can't afford to do the license. So there are license fees as low as $5. The point is that there's a revenue source. And I'm concerned that if we're not actually supplementing increased spay and neuter on the first impound and reduction of days and et cetera, that we're not actually generating revenue to support a program, other than we have to take it out of another pot somewhere else. So I would really like to advocate for that licensing and registration to be a supplemental policy. I know that Miami-Dade only has 5%, but that 5% is still compliance. It's still generating revenue to help accomplish the mission of Orange County Animal Services. And same with the microchipping. So I would really like the board just to consider that these programs are great, but it has a price tag attached to it, and we got to come up with a revenue source for it. And I think that licensing and registration, when I look at, I hear you, it's a budget session, but I hear you. They need more money. These people need more money. They're working, rubbing pennies together, But in terms of a policy, when we talk about parallel policies, if we want to increase spay and neuter, we got to increase money going in, and licensing and registration is a pot of money that can do that for Orange County. So I don't know, I know you're just coming up here for this today, but I would like to continue discussion with your group in terms of moving that forward. And then additionally, one other thing that I just need to advocate for, because I represent one of the areas that is really hard hit from socioeconomic perspective, and it's Bithlo, and they're east of the Econ, and many of them don't have transportation, and so they have to even arrange to get a ride to come to Orange County Animal Services. And that reduction in the hold time impacts populations like that, where, like if you have a cat, and many of them are, it's a lot of trailer parks, they have homes, but they might get picked up. And we see Orange County Animal Services in Bithlo frequently. I just don't know, those people don't always have the availability of a car to get there, and I'm worried about that decreased time with regards to those types of families. So let me see if I got anything else here. My other issue on the dangerous dog owners, I like the update. And maybe eventually Orange County can get to a point where dangerous dog owners should be required to hold insurance, particularly in shared residence like apartments. And that's what I have. So just, making sure that we keep our policies up to date, determining a source of revenue to cover the increased costs to help reduce the intake. And then eventually, we have to get to addressing our backyard breeders. And I know that it's a difficult one, but, the mentality of it's difficult to enforce, therefore we shouldn't try, I think is a dangerous one because it never clogs the hole. We have to stop the inflow coming in. And some of these are right on track to do that, but I think we still need more. So thank you.
Yes, Commissioner. Our commitment with you is that we will explore the licensing, what it could mean for the county, what it will cost, how much it can bring. So we will do that study to reflect that. I believe our county has licensing before and it was deemed not necessary or not productive, but we will look into it. It may have to also something happens in the sense that any revenue that we do through licensing go to another place, it doesn't come to the shelter. But we will go into that when we explore that feasibility. With regard to the backyard breeding, we are not completely opposed to the idea. What we are taking is incremental steps in the areas that we think we can be more effective with the resources that we have. And I will meet with Paul. I do have his complete work on backyard breeding, and we will explore of those ideas which one could be easily implemented for us. Our concern with putting something in the books is our ability to implement and enforce, because a law is only as good as you can enforce it. And we will look into that as well.
Thank you, Dr. Pino. I understand, having a policy that can't be enforced is problematic, but it doesn't give excuse not to create a policy to aim to enforce, because otherwise we have nothing. So, thank you.
So let me just weigh in here real quickly. Anytime we have a conversation about increase in fees or costs to the taxpayers, that's part of a larger conversation, especially right now. The Florida legislature obviously is looking in the reverse with the property tax reform. Until we know what actually comes out of this legislative session, or whatever that reform looks like, we may have to look at how do we cover it. If there's a reduction in revenue from property taxation, then we have to look at some other alternatives. But then suffice it to say, whenever we make policy decisions about fees, if you're a citizen, a taxpayer, you may argue that you're already paying for that service. And because part of the argument that is going on in the legislature and other places at this point, the counties and cities across the state, is that we've seen an increase in our revenues just because property values have gone up. And so there are citizens out there who say, wait a minute, if you can provide this service within what I'm paying now, then you should be providing that service. And so that's the larger context of the conversation that we have to have if there's some modification in how we receive our revenues, then we'll have to have that conversation with how do we make up the shortfalls as a county in terms of our funding methodology. And so that's a bigger conversation here. We cannot have these conversations about fees, taxation, in isolation of the bigger picture here. So I look forward to this. As you know, we start our fiscal year budgeting process. We actually start the preparation as early as in January or February. And then we build upon that right up until we get to the summer months, the June, July period of time where we kind of come with some finality. So we do have to kind of understand this is all that I'm saying. And these issues, so far, I support Animal Service doing some research, but we're not making a policy decision. I want to be clear, this board is not making a policy decision now in isolation just on this one issue about how we're going to pay for something. We need to understand that in the context of everything. That's all I'm saying at this point. You're going to hear, obviously, other advocations. We heard it this morning about expanding the tourist development tax. Of course, the current Florida law doesn't allow us to do what people were suggesting today. But in the context of the future, if the legislature takes a particular action, the tourist development tax may be expanded to some of the eligible uses that were discussed today. But understand me, that's supplanting. That's not government working more efficiently. That's supplanting one cost for another cost, and there are consequences of that. We've seen the legislature do that from the lottery, the creation of the Florida Lottery, to the creation of the Sadowski Housing Trust Fund, where those funds sit there and they have been, when the state cuts in one area, they've used those areas where the people of Florida voted to have those types of taxation and revenue streams in our state, and the state took it and used it for purposes other than, like in the lottery case, for higher education, or for the Sadowski Trust Fund. They use it for other than housing affordability issues. So we just have to understand where we are as a state before we can kind of lean into how we're going to change our budgeting strategies here within the county. So
Mayor.
I just want to make that really abundantly clear to how we operate. You know, one thing, what affects one indirectly affects the other directly. All right, Commissioner Wilson, were you trying to say?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make sure that we're landing the plane, because this is how things take 20 years. We got really far off track. There was a very, very specific bullet point on some things that we wanted to move forward with, and I'd like to provide whatever they need and the county attorney's office needs at, right now, so that they can move forward, because some of these things have really been vetted and continue to show the research in the right direction to move on.
So, Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Scott was up next.
Sorry.
So
I just want to make sure we're getting into it.
we'll go to Commissioner Scott.
You can finish your thought.
Okay.
That was it. I just want to make sure we aren't driving off the rails.
All right. Ms. Summers, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. So I don't have any questions. I've read the briefing sheet and everything, and I appreciate that. I would just want to share, I've seen your people in action. And when I say in action, at nighttime at, Princeton and John Young Road, John Young Parkway, and likewise multiple times at the Barnett Park when we had the warming centers. And
Yes.
your staff has been professional, knowledgeable, and just really good to talk to. So I just want to say, job well done. I know some of you guys are here. You work some late nights. I think you guys go to about 11:30 or midnight or so, and you deal with folks who are overwhelmed, whether it's a dog owner, cat owner, or a neighbor that's really just frustrated because you can't resolve it in the way and the time that they want. And so I just want to tell you, thank you for the work that you do that many times goes unseen. Thank you for the patience, because sometimes people can be mean and aggressive, and you're dealing with that, and God knows what else with your work plate, your personal plate. And thank you. So I want you to know I appreciate you, and you've heard the comments from my colleagues here and the mayor. We certainly appreciate what you do, even if we don't always get the opportunity to pop up and say it to you directly or recognize you in a way that some would feel meaningful. So if you haven't heard it in a while, you're hearing it from me. I appreciate you. Thank you. Continue to do what you do, and know that you have a board and a commissioner over here that supports you in whatever way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
All right, this will conclude this portion.
Go to slide 34. Be sure, because I want the board to understand, we now will start drafting, moving towards the ordinance. We have to advertise that to come back to the board on January 13th. So I just want to be clear, Mayor, these are the steps, based upon this discussion today, unless we hear otherwise, this will lead the drafting of the ordinance that will then come back to the board on January 13th.
Commissioner Simrat.
I have a question because when it comes back as an ordinance, but there's an associated cost, and it will result in an increase to the budget. I don't know how to vote on an ordinance we don't understand the associated cost.
You'll know the associated costs. I presume you're going back to.
We will, because I thought you said it would take you 1 year to determine the cost.
No, you're saying they're just asking for that time to implement it, to actually a transition time.
So you'll know cost in January?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we need a year lead time because our budget goes a year ahead. So we have to have we will make the calculations, we will make the proposal to you, and then from when the shelter is ready, we will have it in the budget.
So in January, you'll say this will cost X amount of dollars. Great.
It will also take time to hire the individuals as well, obviously.
Yeah, that's part of our standard. They don't bring anything to this board. We have these fiscal discussions. I mean, just to give the mayor covered it. That's part of the whole process of anything that we bring forward to the board.
My apologies. I misunderstood the 1 year lead.
All right, with that, we're going to move forward. We'll move to the next item, I think the final item this morning. Mr. Sorensen, come on forward, our chief.
Wait. Go ahead.
That's it.
No.
I just want to make sure you all have what you need.
Okay, they
Thank
have
you.
what they need, Commissioner. All right, so we're going to move to Jason Sorensen.
So that's it, Mayor, for this morning.
Okay.
That was the last
Jason's
item for
this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right, well.
I know it's unusual to be. It's unusual.
All right, we can have a full lunch. All right, with that, we will go into recess at this time. We'll reconvene at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you.
Bum, 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 bum,
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of November the 18th, 2025. We're now in the afternoon portion of our meeting. We'll begin the afternoon portion with our Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations. And with that, we're going to ask Mr. Jason Sorensen, our Chief Planner, to come forward to present the October the 16th, 2025 Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On October 16th, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered 7 conventional rezoning requests, all of which were recommended for approval. We have received 2 appeals, both of which are in District 5 for cases RZ 2509002, which is located at 1871 Staunton Road, and RZ 2510011, located at 1860 Staunton. These cases will be pulled for a separate public hearing on January 13th. Therefore, the action requested is to approve the October 16th Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations with the exception of the 2 cases as mentioned, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions by members of the board? If not, do we have a motion for approval?
Move requested action.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion by Commissioner Scott, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we'll move now to the next item on our agenda. And the first item is under A1, a petition to vacate We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we'll ask Ms. Susan Usak, our Deputy Director of Public Works, to frame this item. With that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTV 25-05-013 from Carlos and Antonella Cabrera. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a portion of a 30-foot wide drainage and utility easement along the west property line of the residential lot located within the Cape Orlando Estates Unit 31A subdivision containing approximately 0.19 acres. The property lies north of Moorgate Street and east of Dallas Boulevard. The Roads and Drainage, Real Estate Management, and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to the request. All utility providers have also provided letters of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County, and staff has no objection to this request. Our requested action is approval of PTV 25-05-013. The parcel is located in District 5, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right. Is the applicant on this item present or a representative? If so, would you like to make any comments? Okay, she's indicating no. With that, then we'll open it up for any public comment. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing. At this time, we'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Simrat, would you like to offer a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Move for requested action.
Second, Uribe.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And it was Commissioner Uribe on the second. All right. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. And this is item B2 for shoreline alteration in dredge and fill. With that, we'll open up this item for a public hearing, and Mr. Tim Hall, our Environmental Programs Administrator, will frame this item. With that, Mr. Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Good afternoon, rather. Today, I'm presenting a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit request for Dino and Jeannie LaSala for a replacement vinyl seawall with riprap and plantings on Lake Butler. Oh, here we go. Here's a location map. The property is shown here in red. It's located at 9838 Laurel Valley Drive. Thank you. This is on the eastern shoreline of Lake Butler. And here's an aerial photo with the subject property outlined in light blue. And here are some photos of site conditions. There's an existing failing seawall that you can see there in the photos. This was previously permitted as a retaining wall in a building permit issued in 1996. Here's the site plan. The applicants are requesting authorization for the installation of approximately a 100-foot replacement vinyl seawall, which is depicted in red in this graphic, along the normal high water elevation of the lake. There'll be a 10-foot return on the southern end of the seawall, and on the northern end, the seawall will tie into an existing neighboring seawall. There is no seawall on the property to the south. However, there is the one on the north, and there are several other properties on Lake Butler with seawalls. Here is the cross-section site plan. Based on prior board direction, riprap and plantings are normally required for new and replacement seawalls. Therefore, the applicants will install riprap, which you can see in the drawing there, and plantings waterward of the seawall along its entire length, except for the area within their designated access corridor. Considerations, project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and we received no objections to this request. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And so our action requested acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2504010 for Dino and Jeannie LaSala, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, a representative, would you like to come forward for any comments? Don't see anyone. With that, do we have, yes, sir?
I agree with staff comments on that.
Okay. The applicant is saying he simply agrees with the staff comments. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, I'd like to move for the request.
Second, Gomez?
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item. This is B3, another shoreline alteration in dredge and fill. With that, we'll open the public hearing, and Mr. Hall, we'll look to you again to frame this item also.
Thank you, Mayor. This next one is a shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application number SADF 2501001 for applicants Sean Anthony King and Pamela Joanne King. Here's a location map with the property shown in red. It's located at 12464 Park Avenue, Windermere, Florida, 34786 on the northern shoreline of Lake Butler. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in light blue again. And here's some photos of conditions at the property. You can see here there's an existing partial seawall around the boat dock area, but not a seawall in the grass area in the background. The seawall that's there has been in place since at least 2000 and was installed by a previous property owner. In 2022, however, there was an enforcement case with EPD with the current owner for an unauthorized new seawall that was under construction. Once we made them aware that a permit was required, they immediately removed the unauthorized wall and that case was closed. So there's currently no open enforcement action on the property. Here is the site plan. The applicants are requesting authorization for the installation of approximately 36 feet of replacement vinyl seawall that would be around the dock area and 116 feet of new vinyl seawall for a total of 152 feet along the shoreline of Lake Butler. There'll be a 7.5-foot return on the southeastern end and an 8-foot return on the northwestern end. The proposed replacement wall will be placed no more than 1 foot waterward of the existing wall, which will remain in place. There are existing seawalls on both neighboring properties, and there are seawalls on several other properties on Lake Butler. There is a shoreline wetland present on this property at the southeastern end, but that wetland was actually the former Berman Swale, which failed over time. It was built concurrent with the home, and through erosion and wave action, it just became compromised. So the new seawall will result in approximately 619 square feet of impacts to that shoreline wetland that used to be the Berman Swale. No mitigation is required for these impacts as the functional loss was calculated to be de minimis as determined by the Uniform Mitigation Assessment Method. Here is the cross-section plan, and due to the Berman Swale failure, EPD requested that the applicants restore the functionality it used to provide in treating and filtering runoff prior to entering Lake Butler. So as they've shown on the plan here, the gray stippled areas is an underground stormwater capture system comprised of stones and filter fabric. And this system was evaluated by EPD engineering staff who confirmed that it will provide functions similar to a Berman Swale. The considerations for this project, it was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. The applicants will install riprap waterward of the seawall along its entire length, and native plantings will be installed along the shoreline, except for the area within their designated 30-foot corridor. So on October 7th, notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and just yesterday, we received an objection. It came from the adjacent property owner to the north. The objector cited the following issues: concern about damage to the environment, habitat, and biodiversity, release of hazardous chemicals and contaminants into the lake. The objector happens to use lake water to irrigate their organic garden, disruption of natural water flow patterns, and they said the project's counterintuitive to protecting the environment and beneficial vegetation should be planted instead. I should note that this objector has a seawall themselves. The finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with 33-129. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 25010001 for Sean Anthony King and Pamela Joanne King, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is also in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Are the Kings present? If so, or representative, would you like to come forward and make any comments? Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. The representative is saying that he'll be available for comments if necessary. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, I'll move for the requested action.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. And with that, we'll now move to our Board of Zoning Adjustment Appeal. That was item C5. It is my understanding that item is withdrawn.
We skipped one more. We have public hearing B4.
Okay, I'll skip that one. Okay, I'll go back to that one. All right, Mr. Hull.
Thank you, Mayor. This next shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application, number SADF 25050013, is for applicant Avery Buckholtz for a replacement vinyl seawall. Here's the location map with the property outlined in red. It's located at 6474 Deacon Circle, Windermere, Florida, 34786 on the western shoreline of Lake Chase. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in light blue. And here are some photos of site conditions. As you can see, there is an existing seawall, which is in poor condition and failing and in need of replacement. Here's the site plan. So the applicant is requesting authorization for installing approximately 131 feet of replacement vinyl seawall along the shoreline of Lake Chase. Based on aerial photos, the seawall that I showed you was installed along the entire shoreline between 2022 and 23. In early 2024, an additional 32-foot section of seawall with backfill was installed within wetlands at the eastern end of the property, and staff did not find a permit for any portion of the existing seawall or the extension and backfill. However, these were installed by a previous owner, and therefore EPD is not pursuing enforcement action against the current owner at this time. The current request includes removing 178 square feet of that backfill area, so they're correcting what was done by a prior owner, and also remove the 32-foot additional section of seawall that was built within wetlands, and they'll relocate that portion of the wall landward of the wetlands. The remainder of the replacement seawall is not within wetlands and will be installed in the same footprint as the existing wall. There'll be a 10-foot return constructed on the eastern end, and the western end will tie into an existing neighboring wall. There are seawalls on both the adjacent properties, and several other properties on Lake Chase have seawalls. Here's a site photo and an aerial showing the location of where they've proposed to remove the backfill from the wetland and put the new wall landward of that. And here's a cross-section of the site plan. And considerations for you. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of this public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and we received no objections. The applicant will install riprap waterward of the wall along its entire length, and native plantings also along the shoreline except for the area within their designated 30-foot corridor. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 25050013 for Avery Buckholtz, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is also in District 1, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? You got a clean sweep today. All right. So, all right, he's indicating he's available for comment. With that, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, we'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, now, C5, as my understanding, has been withdrawn, so we'll move past that item, and we'll go to the next item on our agenda, which is D6. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Thal Mueller, are you going to frame this item?
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case DRCA 2509226. This is an appeal of the DRC decision of September 24th, 2025 to uphold the zoning manager's determination regarding a notice of violation issued under case FIR 2508-0508 for some unpermitted tree removal. The affected property is located north of Votah Road on the east side of North Wekiva Springs Road in District 2. Here we have a zoning map that shows the subdivision. Property is zoned R1, single-family dwelling district. The conventionally zoned subdivision for the 12 single-family lots and associated tracts and infrastructure was approved originally back in 2018. Here you can see on the aerial, while the subdivision did have those approvals for several years ago, the property is currently still in the process of development. The blue and black line here in this map shows the overall subdivision boundary. The red area outline shows the open space tract that was the subject of the violation and the unpermitted tree removals. You can see the surrounding area is also developed with single-family detached residential subdivisions and development, just a little bit closer in aerial, just for reference. And Mayor, from this point in the presentation, I'm going to turn things over to Brooke Tolbert, who is our Chief Planner of the Arbor Section of the Zoning Division, who will be presenting some history and details of the violation and the case.
Thank you. The Wekiva Springs Road subdivision was originally approved in 2018. It included 13 lots and 2 tracts and a new cul-de-sac. As a part of that subdivision, a tree preservation plan was approved that showed 1,098 inches of preserved trees as measured in diameter of the trees on site. In 2021, construction of the subdivision began under an approved subdivision permit. The approved plan for that subdivision continued to show 1,098 inches of preserved trees consistent with the approved PSP. Sometime between 2021 and 2025, 20 trees totaling 233 inches were removed from the site. In August of 2023, an amendment was submitted to the PSP to update the tract table and eliminate a portion of the sidewalk. The plans continued to show the trees as preserved. As a part of the review, zoning requested an updated tree survey. In a response letter, the applicant stated that no additional changes were proposed to the tree mitigation plan and that no additional trees were being removed, preserved, and/or proposed as a part of the application. The tree preservation plan remained consistent with the original PSP, and the amendments were approved by the DRC in April of 2024. In March of 2024, the new tree protection and removal ordinance became effective. In August of 2025, as a part of the subdivision permit closeout process, zoning conducted an inspection of the site and noted that the 20 protected trees were removed despite being shown for preservation on the approved plans. A violation was issued. Since the trees removed were not shown to be removed on the original PSP or the amended PSP, they must be mitigated under the current code. In September of 2025, the applicant appealed the violation to the DRC, and the DRC reached a unanimous consensus to uphold the zoning manager's decision regarding the enforcement action. This is a site plan of the subdivision showing the trees preserved and removed from the site. The red boxes show the general area where unpermitted tree removal occurred. The green trees are existing trees that are still there. Red dots are unpermitted removed trees. And the X's are unpermitted removals. However, they were exempt under the old code, but are subject to the new code. This is the same site plan overlaid over the aerial, so you can see the areas where the trees were removed in the open space tract. This is all aerials flown in January of 2021 prior to development of the site. In 2022, after the subdivision permit had been issued and development began on the site, and then in January of 2025 this year. This is a site photograph facing southwest towards the neighboring properties. There were 5 trees removed in this area, 2 15-inch oaks and 3 12-inch oaks. This is facing northeast toward the neighboring properties in the open space tract right off of the cul-de-sac. 5 trees were removed in this area, a 24-inch oak, a 15-inch oak, a 12-inch oak, and 2 8-inch oaks. This is another view of that same area facing west. This is facing east toward the stormwater pond. 6 trees were removed in this area, a 20-inch oak, 15-inch oak, 2 12-inch oaks, and 2 8-inch oaks. And this is facing southeast. There were 5 trees removed in this area, a 10-inch oak and 4 8-inch oaks. Now, per the code, when a violation has occurred, to remedy the violation, you must submit a restoration permit to be approved by the zoning manager. And that plan must detail how the trees removed from the site, as measured in inches, will be mitigated. And that mitigation can be either in the form of fines or through replanting or a combination of both. The fine for removing a tree that is designated to be preserved is $318 per inch. And those fines are deposited in the county's tree replacement fund to cover the cost and purchase of planting trees. As I mentioned, the new tree code went into effect on March 15, 2024. The new code explicitly states that any amendments to an approved plan submitted after March 15th that impact new trees that were not originally contemplated will be subject to the requirements of the new code. So in summary, there were 20 trees totaling 233 inches that were removed from the site without approval. Any inches removed must be mitigated at a 3-to-1 ratio. The penalty, if paying, is $74,094 or tree replacement replanting of 699 inches on site or a mixture of both. As I noted, the code is clear that any amendments submitted after March 15, 2024 must meet the new code. Additionally, this is standard practice in any code violation case. You have to bring whatever the violation is into compliance under the current code. If you built a structure, you would have to apply today's building and zoning codes. You can't go back in time and apply it at the time the structure was built. The applicant, as noted, had an opportunity to revise the plan in 2023 under the old code, but they stated there were no changes to the tree preservation and declined to provide a survey. In their appeal, the applicant is also requesting that the surplus inches from the original preservation and planting in their approved plan be counted toward their violation. As noted, to correct a violation, the restoration plan must be approved by the zoning manager. The code specifically talks about fines and replacement. It does not explicitly state that previous mitigation credit can be counted toward the violation. Therefore, it's within the zoning manager's purview to determine. Additionally, if we did allow projects that are under development to count previous mitigation, we would rarely ever collect fees or issue fines for tree violations. And additionally, excess mitigation has consistently not been counted toward other similar violations in similarly situated properties. Therefore, our requested action today is to make a finding to uphold the DRC action of September 24th, 2025, to uphold the zoning manager's decision regarding the notice of violation issued under FIR 25080508. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and County staff. My name is Jose Chavez. I'm with Storybook Development Services. I'm here today to talk about Wekiva Springs Cove. Thank you, Brooke, for the thorough presentation. Honestly, a lot of the information might be redundant here. I think she did a good job explaining some of the topics, but so let's get into it. So yes, this is an image from the site plan. This is the 13 platted lots for Wekiva Springs Cove. It's a small infill development in North Orange County on North Wekiva Springs Road. This is a timeline of what brings us here today. Yes, the preliminary subdivision plan was approved in 2018 and the subdivision construction plan in 2021. Our client, Biton Paal, who's represented by Luis Biton, who's here with us today, purchased the property once it was fully entitled in 2021. And he immediately jumped into the site to clear and develop the property. But the site contractor and project manager that were working on the project at the time did not execute the project at their highest level. They did clear some trees erroneously that were shown as intended to be preserved. After multiple issues with that site contractor and project management team, the property owner parted ways, fired them, and brought in a new team to develop the property. We completed the site work and called in for one of our final inspections, the landscape inspection in July 2025, which was when staff identified that there were some trees that were removed without a permit. When they brought that to our attention, we requested that staff evaluate that unpermitted removal based on the code that was effective at the time that the violation occurred, and staff said that's not acceptable. We received that correspondence from the zoning manager. We appealed the zoning manager's decision to the DRC. At the DRC, I think the DRC staff was of the opinion that this needed to be a policy direction from the board. I'm not sure if you go back and listen to the dialogue during that meeting that it was clear that a unanimous decision was reached on them agreeing with the zoning manager's position on the evaluation of this infringement and subsequent violation. So that's what brought us here today. We wanted to discuss the project with the board and get direction from you on how these type of situations should be handled. A little bit more detailed on the entitlement history. We did process an amendment to the PSP. That amendment was submitted in August of 2023, and it was actually stamped approved by the DRC March 13th, 2024. It was approved with conditions that a couple of plan items were cleaned up. So I think that that's where staff is getting the April 2024 date, but the current approved preliminary subdivision plan is shown stamped approved March 13th, 2024, 2 days before the effective date of the new tree protection ordinance. Now, that plan revision, which we have here an exhibit to show really where our focus was at, the old PSP required a sidewalk to be constructed on both sides of this road. The line that's shown in red here on this exhibit on the southern property boundary, in order to build that sidewalk, grading would be required that was going to prevent saving some of the trees that are on the south property line. So we worked with development engineering staff to come up with a plan to allow us to provide pedestrian continuity and added a crosswalk at the end of the cul-de-sac so that we could eliminate that sidewalk from the south of the road and be able to preserve the trees on the southern property boundary. I do think, at this point we made a mistake in not identifying those trees that had been removed. I wish we had, because then this wouldn't be a question. We would definitely be being weighed against the old code of the tree protection code, but we just weren't aware that those trees had been removed. This is an exhibit that Brooke used that we had put together to be able to display the trees that were removed. And as she stated, the trees that are shown with an X at the time when the trees were removed did not require a permit for removal. They're 8-inch trees in zones that, as defined by the code at that time, did not require a permit for removal. These are aerials from the property appraiser's website. I know that show the status of the site in 2021 and 2022, and a zoomed-in version to show those trees were, pretty clearly removed before the new code was put into place. So yes, we are here today because we received a violation. We are not denying that those trees were removed without a permit. They were shown to be preserved on our PSP and our approved construction plans. However, those trees were removed under the previous code ordinance. And if at that time they would have been inspected, we would have applied the old code and mitigated accordingly. But unfortunately, because of the delays that the property owner faced with the previous site contractor, we didn't get to the finish line until 2025. Right now, staff has brought to us that under the old code, the property owner would be responsible for a $40,916 fee. And under the new code, that fee jumps up to $74,094. So I don't think the intention of that code was to wait until the code was in place to go back and penalize people for removing trees without a permit. I think the county had a code in place to create this penalty, and we're just asking to be weighed against the code that was effective at the time when the infringement was made. So Orange County staff requires an amendment to the tree mitigation plan to document the code violation. I think that's reasonable, and we're ready and prepared to do so. But I don't, we are under the impression that if any infraction is made before March 15, 2024, it should be mitigated and or penalized in accordance with the code that was in effect at the time that the violation occurred and not based on the current code. And with that, I'm going to introduce Angel here to finish our presentation.
Can you move this here?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. As you know, my name is Angel de la Portilla, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant and the property owner. Before I begin, let me say this. I have tremendous respect for everyone in Orange County staff. This respect stems from over 20 years of working as a consultant on behalf of business owners, as well as me serving on multiple boards and committees during the years, and I've got to interact frequently with staff. So my comments here today are simply a critique of the process. So I was hired by the applicant 2 days before the DRC meeting, which took place on September 25th. At that time, I really didn't have much time to look into it. I simply attended the meeting with the applicant and participated as best as I can. So the Orange County Code, this version of the code was enacted on March 15, 2024. Okay, and one of the definitions in the code refers to the zoning manager. And the zoning manager means the Orange County Zoning Division, the manager of the zoning division, or the designated arborist. And as many code language, the county has delegated authority to this department head, in this case is the zoning manager, to enforce the code and to also issue violations. So that the zoning manager reviews the code, and also her or the zoning manager or her designee can issue violations. That's what happened here. The code there's a provision in the code that allows a deviation from regulations, and it's section 15.281. And it's very clear. It says the zoning manager may grant deviation from any provision of this article where the strict application of this provision to a particular site would create a substantial economic hardship. And it ends by saying the zoning manager may grant deviations from any provision of this article only when the applicant demonstrates the purpose of this article will be or have been achieved by other means. Then there's another provision, which is DRC. Now, it's important to note that the applicant was not given an opportunity to submit for that deviation. He received an email from zoning on September the 4th stating that the zoning manager would not be in support of a deviation request for this project. Back to DRC. So the DRC meeting was a 30-minute discussion. It was chaired by our very esteemed Nick Thalmiller. And I requested, after DRC, I requested a copy of the audio and listened to it multiple times. And toward the end of that, there's a comment made by the chief zoning planner who was sort of presenting the case and says, quote unquote, we did not receive a formal deviation application, but I did discuss it with the name of the zoning manager. And she said, quote unquote, I would not be in support of this new given given the new code, the direction that we have received from legal, and how it will apply to other properties. They can submit the application by intent to deny it. Okay, and then later on at closing, the chair stated, not enough of we have heard here today based on the language of the code that really gives me any comfort in being able to overturn this. And I really do think that this is something that you might want to consider appealing to the BCC. And that's why we're here. So the motion was made by the DRC Deputy Zoning Manager. So it's a DRC member that's also the Deputy Zoning Manager, and it was also the Acting Zoning Manager when all this was going on. I'll explain why. So on October 9th, we had a follow-up meeting with zoning, and we met with the zoning manager, the deputy zoning manager, the senior arborist, and the arborist, just to discuss policies and all that and why the old code was not applied. We didn't come to any agreement. We had already requested a DRC. And then I requested a copy of any correspondence between county legal and zoning. It was referenced at the DRC meeting that they had gotten direction from zoning, both the DRC member who's in the zoning department, the assistant manager of zoning, and the senior arborist, both referenced to legal direction, quote unquote legal direction. So here's the email. It wasn't an email specific to this case. It was a general email that was sent March 18th of 2024, 18 months before our hearing. This was a blanket decision or a blanket opinion that was provided by the deputy county attorney, and it states an application for a tree removal permitted and deemed complete compliant with 15-301, which we did, before March 15th, 2024, which we were, may be reviewed and approved consistent with the old Article 8 requirements. Any application moving forward should be reviewed consistent with the new applications. And then there's a quote, there's a statement, this is an email, it says, I know real world situations often are not as black and white as the code makes it seem, but hopefully this helps a bit. If you have any further questions or need to talk through some of these fact pattern examples based on plans, quote unquote, in the works, let me know and we can set up a WebEx to discuss. I don't believe that conversation ever took place because it was not brought up during any of our meetings. Next slide here. So, due process. There's a few questions that you should consider asking yourselves here because was the applicant offered a fair opportunity to appeal this violation issued by the zoning department based on the deviation from regulations provisions in the code? And I would argue that they were not. The applicant was not provided that provision under the code. It was denied before he even received before he even submitted an application, and that was sent to us in writing on September 4th. It was also mentioned by the senior planner at DRC on September 25th. Was a DRC decision made on September 24th the correct and fair decision? So I mentioned checks and balances, right? And my work on the charter also, I'm very strong on process and checks and balances. When an applicant goes to DRC to appeal a decision, you would expect that the zoning department would abstain from this hearing, right? They did not. In fact, the acting zoning manager was the member of the DRC who actually voted for this, made the argument, and then made the motion to approve this. So, as I mentioned, delegated authority. You have delegated authority to the zoning manager. They are the judge, and then in this case, they're also the jury. There's no checks and balances there to grant a fair hearing for the applicant. And my third question is that I just discussed it. Were the proper checks and balances in place during that DRC meeting? And again, I would argue that they were not. Zoning should have abstained, and the other members could have decided this, and by the tone of that conversation, clearly there was doubt on how to apply this code. So here's a summary. I know that there's concerns. By the way, I've met with all of you on this, and I appreciate your time on this very important matter. And I know there's concerns over setting precedent, right? You've adopted the tree ordinance. It's very important for the county, and there's concern that by ruling in favor of the applicant, you could be setting precedent. And my argument would be no. If you rule to deny the DRC decision and the zoning manager's decision based on process, okay, that's a standalone case, right? And if you have any doubt, when I'm looking at the county, I always look at the charter. I've reviewed the charter. I've been on 3 charter review commissions. This is a legislative decision, Commissioners. This is not an executive decision. This is not a legal decision. This is not a staff decision. You have the authority under the charter. The board shall have the power and duty to originate, terminate, and regulate legislative policy matters and all that, and also adopting or enacting in accordance with the procedures provided by general law, ordinances, and resolutions it deems necessary and proper for the good governance of the county. I would ask that you deny the DRC recommendation and rule in favor of the applicant, and we're here to answer any questions.
Angel, can you make your specific ask? What do you want us to do? Or what do you? Because you're saying deny.
Okay. I think
you're on the board, not me.
Yeah.
That's it.
If you want to respond now, because this is their time to present.
Well,
process-wise, Commissioner.
As I stated, I mean, Mr. Chavez has stated that all these infractions took place prior to the new code going into effect. He showed you an aerial. The trees were removed under the old code. We're asking that the provisions of the old code be considered. The applicant, who is here today, the property owner, is purchased the property with entitlements, had an existing construction permit. We've been operating on that construction permit now for 4 years, and then we were blindsided with a code violation, with a zoning violation on April 12th, and that's why we're here. So we're asking for fairness, and you have, as I mentioned, the charter gives you the authority. You can deny the application and then bring it back and waiver. You can waive the code, whatever you all choose to do.
Okay. Okay. Anything else from the applicants? Okay. Otherwise, we may have some questions, but just point of order. Before we get to that point, we're going to see if there are any members of the public present who wish to be heard.
Mayor, looks like we do have one speaker for this item. Ilea Ricketts.
Hello.
You can pull that down. There you go.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Leah Ricketts, and I am a student at UCF, and I'm here because I'm about to graduate, and I am a person who loves film and who wants to be...
Okay.
Is this the wrong one?
Let me just, we haven't moved to the film incentive yet, so this is just on the land use issue. So we'll come back during that, if you want to speak about the film incentive.
Yeah,
we'll come back to that. Okay, so stand by.
My bad. Sorry.
Okay, no problem.
We'll call you again.
It can be a bit confusing, you know, what we're doing here. Yeah. So it'll be another public comment period for that period of time. Anyone that wants to be heard on this land use issue? Okay. If not, then we're going to go ahead at this point and close the public comment period. But before we go to the district commissioner, I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Chavez, I just want to understand what context you were representing today. Are you an attorney?
No, I'm the engineer. I've served as the project manager to correct the ship and get the project closed out.
Okay. And Mr. Della Portilla, if you'll come back. Okay, I just want to understand the context of your
No, I am not an attorney. I am a consultant, and I was hired by the applicant to represent him on this matter.
Okay, you're a PE, a professional engineer?
No, sir.
Are you a planner?
No, sir.
Certified? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, with that, we do have some questions or comments by members of the board. Before we go to Commissioner Moore for a potential motion, Commissioner Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor. And I did get a chance to speak with you all very briefly, and then I met, as I told you I was going to do, with staff. And, you know, as somebody who really believes in the rule of law and that our codes, our ordinances are there for a reason, I want to make sure that the public understands that it's not arbitrary. The update specifically to this code was protective for something that we all need, which is clean air, clean water, which is helpful to have when you have some requirements, not an overwhelming number of requirements, but some requirements to keep mature trees. And I appreciated the information. I will tell you that I think I disagree with the statement that it is some trees. I think 699 inches it was substantial, and I think there was also a lot of time before we updated that code, now that we understand the benefits of these mature trees, for these things to have been resolved. I think hearing you say we didn't know, all I can think is that ignorance of the law really isn't something that should penalize the rest of the public. So, we hear from people all the time about issues that they didn't know. I didn't know the speed limit was this high. I didn't know you had to put my child in a child restraint. So for me, that is not necessarily a good cause for us to overturn what I believe looks like a really in-depth analysis by staff. I am curious about why there wasn't sort of the self-reporting in 23, that it sounds like the site was discovered to have been cleared, as opposed to when the update was presented in 23, there was no update to the plan that originally had the preserved trees, and why that was.
Yes, thank you. I guess a couple points to clear up. So the 669 inches are based on if you apply the 3-to-1 ratio so it's really 232 caliper inches that were removed unpermitted. And at the time when we processed our PSP amendment, we were really laser focused with development engineering on meeting other aspects of the comprehensive plan in terms of pedestrian connectivity and working to preserve the trees that were on the southern side of the site. So again, the whole reason why we were amending that sidewalk
I think my question is, though, once they were gone, right? So that's 20 trees,
right,
roughly.
There was
once they were gone, there was some period of time where before this, what you're calling now sort of an arbitrary update, that you could have brought forward that plan and it would have then been resolved at that moment in time. But this wasn't discovered until after the passage of the update, which once again we did not arbitrarily, but because we understand the value of those trees.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, on the site, there's a large open space tract with a lot of trees that ended up being preserved. So when we were looking at the project and focused on preserving the trees on the south property boundary and considering that the trees in the back, that's where we understood was the bulk of the tree preservation. So there were, on the north side, again, the 12 to 20 trees that were removed, those were just trees that we didn't identify as having been removed without a permit.
Okay, so Brooke, I have a quick question for you about it, because it seemed to me like it was clear, and I am a lay person when it comes to looking at these PSP plans. But if you had the same plan that we're looking at from 2018 or 21, it shows where those trees were. So how did you not know that those were the wrong or right trees?
So again, we just didn't do an updated tree survey. So we were in development, the site was under construction, we were fixing utility infrastructure that was built wrong.
So you just didn't notice?
And we didn't notice that there was more trees preserved and left on site than the volume that was removed. So out of the other probably 80 to 100 trees that were preserved, we didn't identify these 20 trees that were removed without a permit.
And so, Brooke, my question for you is about the process. If there are, times where you've deviated from code, are there examples where you've deviated because the applicant just didn't notice the site plan in comparison to what was supposed to be preserved? Is that a thing?
No, and we did, as I mentioned earlier, in the update that they submitted in 2023, which would have been after the trees were removed. As a part of our review comments, we requested a tree survey, and then the applicant responded to that saying, the tree survey completed at the time when the project was originally permitted is included on sheet C1. No changes to the proposed tree mitigation is proposed at this time. No additional trees are being removed, preserved, or proposed.
And they were already gone by then?
Yes, but they didn't submit another tree survey. They still relied on the one from the original.
So you were asked even about it from staff. And I think that's the hard part to understand here is that if that had been resolved right then.
Right. No, the tree mitigation plan at that time showed such a surplus of mitigation that was provided between proposed trees and preserved trees that we just didn't want to get into that. Again, our focus was to address
Well, no, I mean,
plating staff comments.
we were, the staff report has the plan, right? And there's
Yes.
little marks where those were. And if you submitted something that was requested that showed a plan and you said, we're not changing the plan, those are still the ones we're preserving, were you misrepresenting at that time, or was it truly ignorance?
No, I mean, we really we did not know that those trees had been removed. So we were focused on the sidewalk changes to preserve the trees on the south and the HOA
But again,
tracks.
your observance to the site isn't the fault of staff or us for upholding the code, and I want to make sure we're distinguishing there.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, we're not asking for forgiveness for not noticing it at that time. I just also
But
don't.
you are. That's
No,
what you're doing, because you
well,
want the time, you want it frozen at the 2023 penalty, even though you had an opportunity to take the 2023 penalty and you didn't.
But the reason is that the occurrence happened under the old code. So it's the same way that we didn't
Yeah, but
reflect that on.
it was still an occurrence under the old code, but it was not discovered until we understood the value, right? So once again, not arbitrary penalties. Those are the value based on what was removed. But it wouldn't have come this far had you just disclosed that those were removed.
No, I understand, if I may finish. So we just weren't aware that those specific trees were removed. Our intention was to keep the same preservation, even though it provided additional required mitigation. So at the time when those trees were cleared, if they would have been identified, we definitely would have reflected as such on the plan, and it would have been to our benefit to have done so, because then we would have been evaluated under that old code. So what we're asking is, since the violation.
Or you were hoping that nobody noticed, and then you would have been able to start building. Because this is the thing that's, for me, the self-discovery piece of this is difficult, right? Because it would have been resolved under the old code in '23 had what you submitted to staff been accurate.
So I understand what you're saying. However, we did request the inspection from zoning so that we could ensure that the landscaping was built per plan. In fact, we've gone over, everything that has been requested in terms of changing trees out to be the right size, removing invasive species. Right now, we're going and handling everything that was provided by the inspector.
And
So
I appreciate all that.
So that's not us trying to
Yeah, I was
hide the
gonna say, I
fact.
appreciate all that, but that
It's not us
isn't-
trying to hide it. We called in for the inspection. When the code violation came up, we acknowledged we're not trying to hide anything, right? We just, at the time when we processed that PSP amendment, it was, processing a PSP amendment in Orange County is challenging, and we wanted to keep the change determination to be as focused and the changes required as possible. Already, we were coming in with a sidewalk amendment and working with staff to support that, and we were addressing the HOA tracks labeling that plating had requested from us. So we were moving fast to try to get the project completed, and then when the time came, we asked for the proper inspections, so that we could close out the project. Not trying to avoid anybody or hide anything, we asked for the inspection and requested to meet with the arborist on site to make sure we were building the project the right way. What we're saying is not that ignore that those trees were removed or anything of that nature, is since the trees were removed under the old code, if the inspection would have been done at that time, we would have been held under the penalty of the old code. We understand there's some trees that were removed without a permit. We are willing to mitigate as necessary. We're just asking to be measured against the code that was effective at the time that the violation occurred.
But in understanding that our current policies do require us to apply the applicable code that is adopted.
Right, well, that's the case because we have to submit a revised mitigation plan. And so staff is saying, since you have to submit a revised mitigation plan to reflect the violation and reflect the mitigation, that triggers you needing to meet the new code. So it's not a new landscaping area that we're proposing that needs to meet the new code or a change in the landscaping area.
What I'm saying is that has all been, it was a very long process to get those things updated and adopted. And so I understand that may be frustrating to you, but I think my concern is us doing something that violates that or that goes against that. It is a new code. We are trying really hard to make sure that we are appropriately addressing these as these PSPs come through.
Absolutely, and I think you very well should, right? For any projects that are coming in with new required tree mitigations, they should most definitely apply to the new code. I'm sure that on any future projects that I work on will be held to the new code, right? With this particular situation, I think that the issue is we're required to submit a plan to reflect that violation, right? To reflect those trees that got removed. And so because we're required to submit that revised plan reflecting that violation and our proposed mitigation, that doesn't mean that we now need to bring that the penalty should be based on the new code. The penalty should be based on the code that was effective during the time.
You're creating.
That is
You're
my
creating your fantasy code right now by saying that, because that's not the way we apply code. It's just not. I know you're shaking your head, but it's not the way we apply code. It's if the infraction is, that's a flash in time, and that's what is on the books right then is a code violation. That's how we do it. We don't peek back into a history. Can you imagine if we tried to do that with every code violation?
Yeah, I mean, I compare it, I compare it to the utilities that are on that project as we're building them out. If the utilities on that project were based on the previous utility standards, any changes that we needed to make to the utilities amendments or things that weren't constructed correctly were all corrected based on the old standards, not brought to the new standards just because those were the standards of the day. So
once again, I think you're treating it as though it was arbitrary. If you ask the professionals who worked on the tree ordinance, they would tell you we were undervaluing and allowing clear grubbing for way too long, and potentially a lot of our flooded areas are because of that. So I just don't want you to think that this is some arbitrary code violation discussion. It really has implications for people's their property value and flood mitigation.
yeah,
So
no, I live in Central Florida and truly appreciate all the local agencies' efforts for tree preservation.
And I also want to say that we need to be able to designate to our zoning manager because, quite frankly, they are the experts in code. And so I think that's an important piece that kept coming back and forth. Our charter is our constitution, but our code is how the engine moves. And so no, it's okay. That's a statement, not a question.
All right, we got Commissioner, there are several other questions. You good now? Okay. All right, Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Simrad, then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. Brooke, when we were, and you got on my favorite jacket today, we talked about this.
I know yesterday we would have matched, but.
Yes. Brooke, obviously, when we update our code, we engage different stakeholders, and we also make public notices. So I'm just trying to understand what engagements, if any, did you make to them specifically, or just projects that were going in general? You get what I'm saying? Understand, like, what were you sharing? Because obviously, if there are plans to our code that will have an impact on existing projects or have the potential to have an impact, what was that engagement like during the time from the revision of the code to the new code? Oh,
Yeah, so I actually started with the county in February of this year. So my position actually wasn't created until the new Arbor ordinance went into effect. There wasn't a dedicated chief over the Arbor division. So
that's why Jennifer stood up.
That is why Jennifer stood up. I know Alan Marshall worked hard on the tree code updates. They began in 2021 at the direction of the board, and there were several working groups and stakeholder engagement with developers and environmental. So I think the update began in 2021.
No, I got that. I'm talking about like Jennifer, don't you come to that?
So to be perfectly honest, she was actually doing a really great job at answering that question, considering she wasn't even here at the time.
I got that part, but like the specific to them and like.
Sure. So Alan Marshall was the one who led that effort, and so I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do know it was an extensive effort, and he reached out to anyone and everyone that could possibly have an opinion on the situation. I mean, it was quite extensive. It wasn't just developer groups. It was, the Sierra Club, and I don't remember off the top of my head. I apologize, but it was extensive. But he was leading that effort, so I don't have sort of that complete list in my head.
Okay, so Brooke, back to you. So when the applicant was talking about they had engagements with county staff relative to submitting a new PSP, making the revisions to delineate which trees were removed. Can you talk me through that piece of it?
Yes, so they have an approved PSP. They have a subdivision construction permit that's issued by Public Works that actually you build the infrastructure under. So they've been doing construction on the site since 2021. When you have a tree code violation and you're operating under an approved tree preservation plan, you basically have to go back and amend that plan to account for any removed trees.
Because the impact changed.
Because the impact changed. So that's, the new code specifically states any amendments that weren't originally contemplated will be subject to the requirements of that article. So we have not just this property, we have a lot of subdivisions who were approved under the old code, who are working their way through the construction process, who might need to change their tree mitigation plan. Anything that wasn't originally contemplated must come up to the new code.
And so then, with the elimination of the sidewalk, right, there are some additional trees, but that additional inventory of trees is not significant enough to mitigate, at least entirely, the impact of the trees that were removed.
So their tree preservation plan, or any tree preservation plan, it's all basically math. You count the trees that you have removed from the site, those are negative. You get credit for trees that you preserve on site, and then you get credit for trees that you plant on site. So as a part of a regular subdivision permit, you basically do that math. If you end up in the negative, you would have to pay money into the tree fund. In this particular instance, their original subdivision plan, because they were preserving a lot on site, they do have extra inches. However, we don't, in practice, count that towards a violation because, frankly, no one would ever pay a penalty for a tree code violation because there's, they have extra inches from what they originally planted. So it's not really a violation or a penalty.
Okay. You can come up. I have two more questions. You talk about the mitigation efforts, and you reference, or at least as I'm understanding, you reference the removal of the sidewalk, right? And you were planting additional trees in that area, or you just left the existing trees?
So both. There are new trees that are planted currently on the south property boundary, and there were existing mature trees that were on that southern property boundary that were going to become challenging to save if the sidewalk was installed. So that was the reason we processed the PSP amendment, to remove that sidewalk so we can ensure the preservation of existing trees that were noted as intended to be preserved, just the grading wouldn't have allowed for their preservation.
Would that be cost neutral for you? I guess what I mean is, you're creating, you're reducing your amount of impervious surface by removing the sidewalk, but there's some cost savings because you're not pouring concrete. I guess, is there a savings there for you when you plant the trees as opposed to laying concrete, or no?
Well, all the trees that were preserved and proposed were the same as in the original mitigation plan. There was a cost savings for removing the sidewalk, but we specifically didn't want to go to the county with requesting additional trees to be removed. So the intention, we would either have had to cut into the root system of those trees to put in some sort of retainage and possibly damage those trees. So really the intention was purely so we could meet the tree mitigation plan that we had in place.
And as I understand it from your remarks earlier, you're saying that whoever, the contractor, worker, whoever, they removed those trees, but that was not the plan, correct? That they removed the trees unbeknownst to you, maybe they misread it wrong or something, but it was something between you all as the owner and whoever the contractor was. Am I clear on that?
Correct. So at the time when the project started and the property owner engaged with a site contractor, that site contractor cleared more trees than they were supposed to.
And you weren't aware of this until we sent you the notice, correct?
We weren't aware of it until we did our landscaping inspection, because there are a significant amount of trees that were preserved on site, including along the southern property boundary and within the rear open space tract. So there's a lot of trees, you can go there today, that were preserved. So the ones that were removed in error were not known to us.
Okay, I have one more question for you, and then Angel, and then I'm done. Did you have like a superintendent or a quality assurance person? I guess what I'm saying is you have a plan, but you also, from a construction standpoint, you have someone looking to make sure that what's written on paper is occurring in practice and kind of marking that out to ensure there are no issues like this. So I'm trying to understand how this occurred and you found out from us and not from some intermediary that's representing you and your interest on the property.
Yep, so at the time there was a project manager assigned and a site contractor. Both ended up being terminated because this wasn't something that was identified. But when we got brought on, really we were focused on finalizing the infrastructure that was constructed incorrectly. Since the clearing had been completed, development engineering was on site and doing inspections regularly. So we were focused on building the utilities the right way, the sanitary sewer, potable water, storm, and the roadway infrastructure.
All right, I'm good, thank you. Angel, last question for you. So I asked you, I mean, you're kind of giving us, like, as an example, we have a requested action by county staff. You're focused, at least your presentation kind of emphasized, you know, what our authority is to do with this board, and I think we get that piece. But what I'm looking for specifically from you is trying to understand what it is you want. If it's 1, 2, or 3 options, I want to hear it clearly from you. And the reason why I asked you that question is, you know, we're talking about a difference of $30,000 or so. I'm sure there's costs that have been incurred by you guys being here, and I'm just trying to understand what it is you would like to see. Not saying it would happen this way, because like I feel like this could have been worked out between staff. I mean, it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm sure you're compensated, they're compensated, there's time, and there's all this work into saving this amount of money, but the project costs a whole lot more. So I'm just trying to understand what it is that you were looking from an outcome standpoint. Is it, you say deny that, but is that deny it and reduce the fees or waive the fees altogether? Like, tell me what you're looking for so I understand.
Well, before I answer that, the argument that I've made is that the process was not followed correctly.
Okay.
This could have been resolved had we had an opportunity to meet with staff before DRC. There's a provision in the code that was totally ignored. Okay, and then when we went to DRC, it's, you know, simply it's, you know, where's the checks and balances? So I got involved 2 days before DRC. I was not involved back in 21. This is a very, you know, it's a complicated issue. You remove trees, you get credit for preserving trees, you know, it's mitigation and all that. I think the first decision you all have to make is to uphold or reject or deny the zoning, the DRC action. That's the action in front of you. And then from there on, there probably would need to be another motion. You can check with Attorney Holmes, another motion on what, you know, how to move forward. We are trying to close this out. The applicant, the owner is here. He has a contract on the property that expires in December. The market has changed. The real estate market is stagnant right now. Sales are not moving as they were. He's worried that he could lose the sale of this home. He acquired this site. It was already entitled to clear it, and to then he was going to develop it, but it didn't work out, so he just wants to sell. And this has added another 90 days to his schedule, and perhaps even longer if we're not out of here today. That's it. There's a very practical solution here. We simply want you all to make a decision based on the authority that you have, and allow us to move on. Thank you.
Georgianne, can you recap what you said about the precedent in our briefing? Just I want to make sure what you, in terms of precedent setting and.
Commissioner Scott, just kind of let me say this: we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other commissioners that have expressed an interest to either ask some questions or make some statements, and you're kind of skipping to the end, but I just want to be careful that we're not kind of leading the applicant deliberately kind of acquiescing to whatever the applicant says. I want us to hear all of the facts first, and then kind of make a decision where the board has that full breadth of deliberation this afternoon.
Copy that.
Okay. So if you can hold that.
On the attorney, I got you.
Yes. And then let's hear it all
at the end,
out,
I got you.
Because
that
otherwise it may potentially taint some of the
no, that makes sense.
questions
I'm good with
comments. Okay. All right. So let me go to Commissioner Simrad. Let's get all of the board members in, and then we'll go to legal. Okay, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so Jennifer, this is how I have the timeline in my mind, and I just want to make sure. So the property owner purchases the property with a PSP that's already approved under the old code.
I believe the property owner got the PSP approved, is that right? No. Okay, so that is correct.
Okay, so purchase under the old code. And then there's a tree survey that's done under the old code. And a developer comes in and does what sounds like a very sloppy job, is what I hear from the property owner, sloppy job, and kind of like clear cuts the whole front portion, but saves it in the back. And that is done under the old code as well. So we've got purchase, approval of PSP, and removal all under the old code, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they come through and they want to request an amendment to the PSP.
Correct.
And they're asked at that time, are all of these other documents accurate or reflective of what it is?
They are asked to provide an updated tree survey, and their response essentially says, we're not making any changes to anything else except for this, essentially saying we don't need to provide a new tree survey at that time.
So Orange County has no awareness that the trees were actually removed.
Correct.
But they were given a chance to update at that time.
Correct.
So where I'm and now come 3/15/24, there's a new code, but they came in and they said, we want to remove the sidewalk. So that would require a PSP update, which would make them now required to be compliant with the new code because the PSP needs an update without the sidewalk.
So the sidewalk amendment was done prior to the new code being in place. So the sidewalk amendment is when, that's the only amendment they submitted since the initial PSP. And so that amendment is when we asked for the new tree survey, and they said, oh no, we're not making any other changes except for this right here. Nothing else has changed except for this sidewalk. And in 2023.
Understood.
Under the old code.
Right.
And so that was approved, those amendments were approved under the old code. Now, they need to amend the approved plans to show the trees that have been removed in order to be able to finalize, the construction on the site, because they did not do what has been approved, essentially, right? So what is approved shows 20 trees still existing on site. There are not 20 trees existing on site.
Just where I'm having my problem is that if an applicant is given that chance to update but didn't, and now is asking for forgiveness later.
Was that a question
Is
for
that
me?
that's what I feel like is happening, is it's like, so my point is, and I just don't understand why it's come to the board, because this sounds like a legal issue between an applicant and a bad developer. Sue them for the cost of the tree removal, and because this is Orange County's policy. That's where I'm failing to understand, like, why, how come I get now and you said to us that you're using this case as precedent to help you determine how to enforce this policy later, correct?
So it's code, it's not policy one. I just want to be clear on that. The code is very clear in that if you're submitting a new amendment to a plan that has not previously been contemplated, then that amendment is subject to the new code. Okay?
Understood.
So from my standpoint, and this will kind of lead into something else I wanted to touch on that one of the applicant's representatives noted. From my standpoint, it's not really up for discussion, to your point. It's just code. It's very clear. However, the code does give the applicant, if they believe they are aggrieved in some way, shape, or form, the ability to appeal that decision to DRC. They believe that I am not implementing the code in the appropriate way or reading it in the right way or whatever it is. So that is the path that they chose. Now, I also wanted to touch on, and I was surprised to hear Mr. De La Porta say this, because we met with him after they submitted the appeal, and we clarified for him at that time that the applicant was given both options on how to proceed. Actually, we have an email here that Brooke had provided to the applicant that very clearly laid out the options for how to move forward. And option one is submitting the deviation application, submitting the fee, everything that's required, linked to the application. And then option two is appealing to the DRC. We typically try to help an applicant out. And so staff talks to me ahead of time and they say, hey, this is what's going on. Are you comfortable with this? Is this something you think you could support? And I usually say, maybe, let's see what they come in with, hard no, or yeah, I think that could be worked out. So in this case, I said, no, I think the code's very clear. So we try to tell the applicant, don't waste your time or money on that path, but you still have the right. They chose to appeal to DRC.
Okay. So, Mr. De La Portilla, if you don't mind, why has it come to the board when this is a sloppy developer who didn't adhere to a plan? So I understand policy, the tree ordinance was updated, but this is a bad player in the business landscape here, but it's coming before the board.
Well,
Why not sue him for the money?
because the issue that we're having is with Orange County. This specific issue is related to, Orange County and the ability and their how they apply the code. And just to respond to what Jennifer stated, on September 4th, the applicant received an email that stated the zoning manager will not be in favor of a deviation plan. Okay, on September 8th was when they were provided the two options. So it's not practical if they're telling you we're not going to support the deviation plan to even pursue the deviation plan. In my opinion, if it's in the code, allow the application to come in. Because Mr. Chavez stated we prefer the deviation option. We prefer the deviation option would have given them an opportunity to have this meeting with zoning, go over the history, the time that it was done, and then maybe come up to with a conclusion without involving DRC and without involving the BCC. It was the applicant's wishes was to close this out and move forward in August. And the issue that you about the contractor, that's a separate issue. That's a civil matter. Our issue is with the county's the zoning manager's failure to provide the proper procedures that are outlined within the code. You have a code, follow it. The zoning manager, under the delegated authority, has been granted the power to be the judge, the jury, and in this case, the executioner.
But my question was, who did the crime?
There is no crime, Commissioner. This is
Well,
not a crime.
Let me finish. Who cut the trees down? Who cleared the trees?
The contractor, the site contractor, right.
He violated the plan. He violated the PSP.
Right. In 2021, okay? In 2021, not in 2025. Back then, the code, there was 12 trees removed. There was a total of 12 trees. Then they updated the code, and then they moved it to 20 trees. It's that simple. All this occurred. We have demonstrated very clearly that all this occurred prior to 2021. The PSP was amended. It was stamped by the county. It was submitted in August of 2023. We beat that deadline. It came back. It was approved and stamped 2 days before the code went into effect.
It was false.
Okay, it was not false. That's not,
If he asserted that there was no changes and there were trees removed, that's false.
There wasn't a requirement. Why didn't zoning go back out in 2023 and inspect it? Because they weren't.
I have the floor. My question is, so the developer is the one who cleared the trees, right? And it was I understand you did not know, right? You purchased the land, you purchased the PSP, the contractor came in, he cleared the trees, and it was under the old code that it was cleared. But the Orange County policy, when we read it, is any updates require to a PSP require coming up to the new code, right? So what my question is that if that's Orange County's policy, that we have to come up to the new code, why do you not sue the contractor who removed the trees for the money? Yes, I understand you're angry at how Orange County is implementing the code, but what my question is that this problem was brought to you by your contractor. This problem wasn't brought to you by Orange County. Orange County now has a new policy and per code, but per the way that we use these, everything that requires an amendment has to be brought up to the new code. But the person who did you harm was your contractor, not Orange County. So I don't understand why there is not an effort to obtain those fees and fines from the person who cleared the trees illegally.
We're here today to appealing the decision made by DRC and by the zoning manager. That is a separate civil issue. I understand where you're coming from, but really what's relevant today is when did this occur, which is in 2021, and how soon can the applicant be allowed to move forward and sell his property? And mind you, this is a separate item, but all this, what happens, and the interaction with staff has an impact on the cost of housing. If you wonder why housing costs are the way they are, this adds to the cost of housing.
Well, I think that this is an outlier case where we have the property is purchased, the PSP is this, that's not removed, it's not caught till the new code. There's a lot of things, and you can understand it from everybody's position, but what's at risk is setting precedent for, how we treat and enforce our tree ordinance, and it's an unfortunate situation. I hear that there's an economic hardship in this, but what I don't hear is holding accountability on who did wrong. Accountability is with the contractor who did bad work.
So, Commissioner Simrad, you're correct. There's no dispute about the fact, the basic fact here, that the trees were removed and it was not in compliance with our code. Okay, we were not. You're right. So, if you understand that, what the penalty is the remainder of the conversation. Okay, that's where we'll end up. What is the appropriate penalty? Okay, all right. So, just to kind of focus us a little bit. All right.
I understand, Mayor. I understand. I feel like there's a missing party in the discussion because if I hear from staff any amendment requires coming into compliance with the new code, I don't then know where it stops for the next case and the next case and the next case. So that's what I'm trying to look for. So when somebody did something wrong, there's accountability, and I hear it's the contractor. I just don't know where we stop making exceptions.
Okay, that's fair.
Yep.
I think the members of the board understand where you are. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, then Commissioner Moore, then Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going into that because I know what we want to, the request is something about the fees. But whoever, Jennifer, and then I will ask Angel. Jennifer, you said that when they requested, the only requested amendment was for the sidewalk? That's what you said?
That's correct.
So at that time, was these streets already cut?
Yes,
But we were not in code, with the new code yet, was not approved?
that is correct.
Okay, so if on that time, when they caught it, 2021, then, okay. How much was the fee, the violation fee? Did they violate anything when they caught those trees at that time?
If they had come in and asked for approval at that time, prior to the adoption of the new code, then the fees assessed would have been
$40,916. Sorry, $40,916.
At that time?
Yeah.
If
they had gotten approval at that time, the fees, if they had asked for and received approval at that time prior to the new code being adopted, the fees assessed would have been, what she just said,
40,916.
916.
Or 386 inches.
Okay, so then $35,000 more now, which hits the 75,000, is added to the 40, that's the whole package of trees that they cut?
That's correct, based on the violations under the new code, which applies, because now they're asking for that approval. It is what's the exact number?
The number of inches.
Can you make that larger so I can actually read it? The total number is 74,094, and then it's 699 inches. So they can either just replace 699 inches on site, or pay $74,000, give or take, or do some combination of both. So they could replace 200 inches on site and then pay less money, depending on how
Okay, that's what I
works
was
out.
going to ask you, if there's any alternative of them planting the trees, whatever it is?
Yes.
And it has to be the same trees?
No,
Same
they just
kind of
have to
trees?
meet code in terms of what's allowed, and then it's really all about the number of caliper inches that got removed and what's required to be replaced.
But then if they plant those, then the fee could be less?
Yes, correct.
And up to now, they haven't planted any trees? Nothing?
They have planted trees on site, so in their original subdivision plan, they did have trees proposed to be planted, which have been planted on site.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And while I'm at the microphone, Commissioner Scott, I reached out to Alan Marshall, and he said that among the groups that he had reached out to during the tree code amendments was GOBA, Greater Orlando Business Association, the Florida Nursery Growers and Landscapers Association, Audubon and Sierra Club, the Environmental Protection Commission, I believe it is, Development Advisory Board, among others, but those were the main ones.
Oh, Jennifer, I'm sorry, Mayor. This was my other question. Have they been people or other developers and so that had requested permit to cut these trees and was approved by Orange County?
Well, we have had many people request to tear trees down, yes, as part of any development. Typically that happens, and so we apply the code at that time. We've also received or had many violations of the code since the new code has gone in place that many people have followed, not unsimilar to this. I think there was at least one or two other cases at the DRC when this case came to DRC as well.
Okay.
That were similar in nature in terms of violations on trees that had been removed inadvertently prior to receiving approval and having to pay those mitigation fees.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Okay. My question is probably for staff, because at this point, I know he has to buy.
Mayor, if I may have point of order, wouldn't it make sense to have Grieve go since she's going to make the motion that's in her district?
I can come back, because I literally have a question. Yeah,
But
that's why I
either
push
way,
it.
yeah.
Normally, I don't push.
She was in the queue, and some people kind of re-hit their buttons. I'll put it like that. Okay. All right.
I
Commissioner
guess this
Uribe.
is probably for, oh, you want to go to Uribe? I do have a question.
Okay. If you have a question, go ahead. We'll
No,
come back.
because, I
We'll
mean,
come
I'm just
back.
like the rest of you, I'm listening to all this, trying to figure out the right
All
thing to
right.
do. And I have some more information, because I lived by this site and watched this terrible contractor for 3 years, and I had all the calls to my office, and I was happy when you fired that contractor, because he was causing me issues too. But I knew you were in Brazil, and you were a first-time developer, and you were trying to get some houses up here. So my question is, and this may be for Jennifer, so depending, because what I'm hearing this board saying, if they deny all of this, what is his process? What is the quickest way for him to get all of this done? Is there a way to expedite everything, regardless of whether we say he should pay $40,000 or $74,000? I'm worried about any more delays, because he's trying to do the right thing. So what is the next steps? How can we get through that quickly? It's been delayed. Trust me, I've looked at this project half done for 10 years.
So if the board upholds my determination in how the code was applied, and agrees that he owes the $74,000, give or take, and or the 699 inches, or a combination, mixture of both, then he would need to submit a revision to the construction,
The subdivision.
subdivision permit, which would just be straight to permitting. We had already advised them that we would not require them to come back to DRC in order to assist them and limit that additional timeframe that would have to go through to also amend the PSP itself. we advised that we would allow them to just make the changes at the permit level.
Okay, because I believe him that they did this innocently, because I watched that terrible contractor. So regardless of what my colleagues decide what the fine is, tell me one more time how quick we could get him through this.
Do you know what the turnaround time is? I'm not sure what the turnaround time is for subdivision permits. That's, but I also don't know if the applicant's ready to submit a revision that reflects that, so it would be dependent on when they submit as well. I mean, we would certainly work on our end to, review it as quickly as possible. I don't know how many other reviewing divisions review it and what they look for, but from our standpoint, I would commit to, working quickly with them to try to get them where they need to be.
All right, let me ask that question. Thank you, Jennifer. Let me ask that same question to John. How fast can you move this through the process so I don't have to look at it for another 10 years?
Well, obviously, we would depend upon the applicant team resubmitting revised plans and a new and at least part of a new application or updated arbor survey and so on. It's Susan's team, so in terms of development engineering, obviously they could keep an eye out for it and move it through the process. Again, it's a fairly straightforward change, but Susan, do you have any?
Right. So once the applicant's ready to submit, just reach out to me, and then I can have my team be on the lookout, and we can expedite this permit review for you.
Yeah. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's who from staff would be answering this. So if you could just kind of walk me, just because there's so many dates and so many steps that we're saying here. So the applicant removed these trees supposedly, and I've met with them too, and they showed me photos showing that they were removed prior to our ordinance. So they're saying that they removed them when?
In 2021.
Okay. And at any time, was there a process? Because one of the things we notice here at the county is that you review over and over and over again. And I know this went through a lot of hands. So you're telling me at 0 times from 2021 to 2024 was the county, any sort of inspection, any sort of review that would have realized that these trees were removed never took place?
So prior to the new tree ordinance, and I stated earlier that my position didn't even exist, we added a chief planner and then 3 arborist positions, because prior to that, there were 3 arborists reviewing plans for the entire county, and that includes DRC plans and building permits and doing tree violations as well. So we did not go out to sites and verify trees at the DRC stage, or we weren't involved in the subdivision construction permit process. Now, we do tree surveys at the DRC stage to go out and verify that the trees are still out there. We also updated the tree survey requirements with the new code. And now we are working closely with Public Works with the subdivision permit process. So we're now included in the subdivision permit.
I understand what we're doing now, but I'm saying from 21 to 24, no one at that time ever reviewed these. And this is something that Commissioner Moore just brought up. People were calling and complaining. People were making assertions about how much was being removed. So no one at all ever said we need to look into this.
So we requested a tree survey in 2023 when they came in for an amendment, and they stated on the record that they were not making any changes to the tree plan. So they stated that there were no changes at that time.
But who is they? Because
the applicant, Jose, I have it.
So he wasn't the contractor who did it. So he only, let me go through this. He only stated what he was aware of. He wasn't running the job site. Is that correct? So if you can kind of give me some clarity on that. So when you hire someone, you're expecting them to follow the plans. You weren't actually running the job, were you?
No, I mean, we were hiring the subs and managing schedules and budgets at that time. One of the reasons we didn't want to update the tree survey or get into that, the original tree survey was done in 2015, and this was in 2023. So I think that outside of possibly identifying some trees that would have been removed, there would have also been a pretty significant change in the size of the trees that were recorded, and it would have taken a complete reanalysis of the tree mitigation plan. So we honestly thought it would be best to leave it as is. specifically because the mitigation required was based on the max amount allowed based on the acreage of the site under the old code. So under the old code, it was 4.3 acres, it was 90 caliper inches per acre. We were required to mitigate for 379 caliper inches. We proposed to plant 379 caliper inches, and then they preserved 669 caliper inches. So because the mitigation was robust and all the information had been in place for so long, we really thought it would be best to, leave the tree mitigation plan as is.
So you were assuming that there were going to be credits, correct, in this process, which has always been done traditionally when it comes to?
There had been tree preservation credits applied, but we also planted the minimum required trees. So we were required to mitigate for 379 inches. We planted 379 inches, and 669 inches were thought to be preserved. However, 200 of those inches were removed. 233 of those inches were removed. So in essence, we mitigated the required 379 inches, and still there was an excess preservation on the site after this unpermitted removal.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. And then the last thing was, so there's this question about appealing. And so you stated to us, Jennifer, that you were just basically being honest, saying you're not going to approve any sort of appeal process, so basically no need to apply. Is that kind of?
No, so it's, the code allows for applicants to request a deviation to that code to basically, I think all of chapter 15, well, the tree part of chapter 15 and chapter 24 gives me the ability to grant a deviation where deemed appropriate. And so sometimes people will reach out to staff and start talking and say, well, we want a deviation, and staff will talk to me ahead of time and say, here's what they're planning on doing, here's what they're thinking about. Like I said, what do you think? They'll ask me, what are your thoughts on this? And typically, if I know going into it that I'm not going to be supportive of the deviation, then I have staff let the applicant know that, they're more than welcome to submit. But if they submit and I deny the deviation, then they would just be appealing that to the DRC anyways.
Okay, but wasn't it staff that actually recommended they apply? That was what was part of the presentation. It was staff that said you should look to apply to appeal this.
To appeal to here or to DRC?
Was it Mr. De La Portilla who?
So staff, like I said, provided an email that gave two different options. And I believe Mr. De La Porta, am I pronouncing it right? De La Portilla, apologize. Mentioned that we sent an email on, what was it? Miles, can you turn the overhead on? Can you go back to the September 4th? Do you have September 4th in there? So I think he mentioned that we sent an email, or staff sent an email essentially saying, oh, that's Mr. Chavez. Okay, so it's this part. Yeah. Here, let me just read it because it flips the page.
Okay, he presented it, and then you guys are just looking for the email that actually says it.
Yes, so this was Brooks' email to him. It looks like there were several emails on the 4th, so I just want to make sure I have the right one. So she's advising what the code says, that she reviewed it with me, that the violation, needs to be processed under the current code, essentially what my free determination on the deviation was, because typically you have to pay for a deviation request. And then gave guidance on what needed to happen. Accordingly, the penalty amount indicated that information. While you indicated in your letter you were requesting a deviation, she has indicated she would not be in support of deviation request. You may submit a formal deviation request and appeal her denial to the DRC. So that's option 1. The deviation application fee is this, and the DRC appeal fee is this. Then there was some more back and forth, and essentially she sent a longer email that laid out both options very clearly, which is you can submit the deviation request or you can just go straight to DRC, and that's the option that the applicant took. Once again, we were trying to assist the applicant in saying, we already know I'm going to recommend denial of that, so instead of paying $638, getting denial and then appealing that, you can also just go straight to DRC.
Okay. But ultimately, you guys are aware that the tree removal was done before our ordinance, correct?
Yes, that is not in dispute.
Okay, so I know that there was a comment by Commissioner Semrad saying, you did the crime, now you have to be the penalty. But we do know for a fact that this was done prior to the tree ordinance change.
Miles,
That's my ultimate question right now is.
Based on the area, I can't guarantee you that every single tree was prior to the ordinance change, but I think that we are pretty confident in saying that the 20 trees were removed prior to the ordinance change. Based on the aerials, you can see there was, in between 2021 and 22, a significant portion of trees were removed. There are some trees, closer to the eastern part of that wooded edge that had also been removed. I can't tell you 100% that they were removed during that time as well, but it's very likely that they were. We're not disputing that. It's very likely that they were all removed prior to the new code going into effect.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott, you have some other questions? I have some questions, but,
Procedural question.
okay. I have some questions that I want to understand. At one point, I don't know if this may be for staff. At one point, I heard, I believe it was Mr. Della Portilla say that there may have been 12 trees moved. Okay, and then I hear 20 trees. How many trees were moved that we were not notified were moved?
I can't speak to what he was indicating, but from our standpoint, the approved PSP showed 20 trees on site that were going to be retained that are no longer on site.
Okay.
So
All right,
I'll defer to him in terms of what he was referring to for 12.
Mayor, under the old code, 12 trees were removed. When the new code went into effect, and Mr. Chavez can address this, the technicality of it, the number went up to 20. It just changed. 12 trees were down, and that number was changed to 20. Mr. Chavez can walk you through
I
that.
don't understand that. Either 12 trees were removed or it was 20.
The distinction is what trees counted as qualified or protected regulated under the old code versus the new code. Under the old code, only 12 trees would have qualified to be regulated pursuant to the Arbor Code. Under the new code, 20 trees qualified because we changed the species and we changed the size of which trees were afforded greater protections via those regulations. So there were 20 trees taken out, but only 12 of them would have counted under the old code.
Okay,
Yep, that's correct.
okay, but we're under the new code now. Okay.
I would just
Let me-
add, if I may, that those 8 trees wouldn't have required a permit for removal based on the old code at the time that they were removed.
Okay. All right, but what I'm also hearing is you're kind of trying to point the finger at the staff, but the staff was applying the code. They had no knowledge at the time when staff asked, you all came in and there was a question asked about the number of trees and if anything had changed. And what I've heard staff say is the response was nothing. It's still the same, right? That nothing had changed.
Right, and this is during the PSP amendment process that staff asked for us to provide an updated tree survey, and we had no intentions of amending any of the proposed trees or removing any additional trees. So we didn't feel that if we come in with a new tree survey and recorded what could be growth in those trees from the 2015 tree survey, that it would really complicate what we were trying to keep as a simpler amendment. No, so we did not record any changes because there was no intention to change the approved tree mitigation plan.
Okay, then the facts there are not disputable. That happened. Staff asked you if anything had changed. You said no.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to get to. I also heard Mr. Delaportia say that he had met with all of us. I just want to go on the record, Mr. Delaportia, you did not meet with me. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you a paid lobbyist for this group?
Yes.
Okay. And when you met with each member of the Board of County Commission, you disclosed that you were a lobbyist? Okay. The other question that I have is, outside of this particular situation, are you connected with anyone else on this board? I just want to understand. Okay.
Repeat the question, Mayor.
Outside of this particular incident, this situation that we're discussing, are you connected with anyone else on this board?
What do you mean by connected?
Are you involved in campaigns in support of anyone else on this board?
I'm not paid by any campaigns, Mayor, and I'm not involved in. I do not get paid by candidates on campaigns. I volunteer on campaigns, just like I volunteered on your campaign. I volunteered on Commissioner Scott's campaign, but I am not paid by any campaign.
That wasn't what I asked you, and you're not involved with my campaign at this point.
Well, the campaign for mayor of 2018, I was, and you appointed me to be on the Demings transition team back in 2018.
That's not my campaign. I want you to understand that. That's not the question.
Are you speaking about the gubernatorial campaign? Your current campaign?
Yes.
No, I'm not. You have not asked me to be on that campaign, Mayor.
And I asked you, are you currently involved with anyone else on this
I am not employed by any candidates running for office. Involved is a very broad word, Mayor.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
I'm just
About this?
making certain that we understand what is happening. If there's anything, there are ethics issues. I want to make sure that there are no ethics issues.
Correct. There's no ethics
issues. I'm giving you
issues.
the opportunity now to speak to these issues.
Yeah, there's no ethic issues.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Now that's a difficult question.
No, it's a follow-up in that, because he was a pop into my office, and I did ask for him to go back and sign in as a registered lobbyist, because we did not have an appointment. And I take that very seriously. Did you have the opportunity to sign in as a registered lobbyist?
No, because
At my request?
No, I have not signed in, and I'll tell you why. When I had the meeting with you, we saw you in the hallway, and I asked you, Commissioner.
No, I was in my office.
Okay.
Angel, that's a lie.
Okay.
So you need to correct that on the record,
Okay.
or we're going to have to bring witnesses, because I've got them in the room.
Okay. So
I was in my office.
All right. So Commissioner Scott, I met with Commissioner Scott. I saw him in the hallway, and then he walked me over to your office. I said, "Can I meet with you on an item?" And you said yes. And the applicant was with me.
But what was the first thing I asked?
Did you register like you do in the morning on the?
Well,
I said, did you log in as a registered lobbyist? You need to do that if we're going to have a meeting. That was my exact request.
No, you did not ask me that, Commissioner. You did not ask me that.
All right, well, I'm going to make sure that we follow up on this, because quite frankly, I'm really disappointed that you're asserting that. I asked you more than once. You know it, you were there. You know it, you were there. My staff was there.
Is this what this has come to? I mean,
No,
is it a
not, but
reflection on me?
No, but it's a really
I
important
will
thing.
listen. I can go online and report the meeting.
But that's all I asked. So
Right.
when Mayor Demings asked if you signed in as a registered lobbyist before.
No, he did not ask me that. He was asking me if I'm involved in any
This
campaigns.
is a public
No, I asked you
hearing,
if
and
you
those
were
are
a
ex
lobbyist.
parte communications.
Okay.
So it is an important thing that we go on record by any of these ex parte communications. So when I asked you to do that, it was because we both need to be protected by doing things the appropriate way. And once again, to me, it's very indicative of this entire case. We have to follow the rules.
Okay.
We have to follow the rules. I have my staff member in the back. and
All
she
right,
can
Commissioner
confirm.
Wilson. I very clearly asked Mr. Delaportia today if he was a lobbyist and if he had done the appropriate registrations, since he said that he had met with all of us, is the word that he said. And I'm just going on the record and saying he did not meet with me. Now, if he met with all of you, that's for you.
Right. Typically, you do not meet with applicants, Mayor.
I get asked,
Typically, you
I
do not
don't.
meet with you.
Why?
Your
Because
staff, and I had, you know.
I like to avoid even the appearance
Okay.
of impropriety.
Okay.
But it's still my discretion whether or not I meet. If I was not asked in this situation. I want to be clear with the public here. Anyway, you answered the questions that I wanted to ask today, and I just got some clarification from the county attorney, the deputy county attorney. I just want to make sure everything is done in accordance with the law, with our policies and procedures here within Orange County. That's all I'm trying to accomplish today. Okay. Make sure certain that there are no other outside influences happening with whatever decisions the board makes this afternoon. Okay. All right. So with that, Commissioner Scott, did you have another question?
I had that procedural question that I wanted to go to the county attorney when I talked about as far as how we move forward with the motion, the precedents, and basically just kind of recap what we talked about in senior staff meeting.
So let me see if I can do my best to remember and recap. I think when we were briefing you yesterday, we talked about, I can't remember if it was about the advice that came from the county attorney's office or the concern for staff related to the course of action that they took in this matter.
No,
So staff is attempting to give the ordinary and plain meaning to the words that are in the code.
Copy.
A lot has kind of been put on the table during this discussion this afternoon, but at that time, it was focusing on, which I believe is the information that's on slide 18. It was the zoning manager trying to, and Brooke, trying to give meaning to what is section 15279A, subparen A, subparen D, 9, where it's the underlined statements there. And so similarly, we've had conversations, there's been conversations this afternoon about deviations and appeals, and if I can, I'd like to take a moment to correct a few things that I heard that are
Please.
legal points on the record. So in addition to giving the plain and ordinary meaning to this language, you want to read Chapter 15, the tree preservation article in its totality, and give meaning to each one of the sections harmoniously. So generally speaking, this provision creates the legal requirement that if a project's development approvals are amended after the effective date of the ordinance, which was March 15th, 2024, and impacted trees were not originally contemplated in that approval, then the new code would apply. When it comes to deviations and appeals, the check on the zoning manor's delegation of enforcing the code is the appeal process to you. It's also written into code. You gave the zoning manager the ability to do deviations from the strict application of the code should a hardship situation be presented by an applicant. And so the situation that you're faced with here is that trees were removed unbeknownst to the county at the time of the PSP approval and its subsequent amendment. So it wasn't a situation where it was the strict application of the code that needed to be deviated from. It was the blessing of code enforcement, a violation of the PSP. Regulated trees that were designated to be preserved were removed. And so in order for Jennifer to use her power for deviation, she was going by the plain language in the code upon the advice also of the county attorney's office that this wasn't a situation where it was the strict application of code that needed to be deviated from. It was the non-compliance with the PSP that needed to be accounted for by being amended. And the plain language of the language that's on the screen is that an amendment would then bring new code. Also, I'd like to, just for the rule of completeness, to speak like a lawyer, an excerpt from the email from the county attorney's office was read into the record. And it is an email from me to zoning staff from March 18th of 2024, just on the precipice of the new code going into effect. There's 3 bullets, and then there's a paragraph down at the bottom of that email. It was in response to a question about applications that were currently in-house and whether or not the mitigation requirements of the old code or the new code would apply, which is why the first two bullets addressed applications that either are or are not complete. What was left out of Mr. De La Portilla's presentation of the email is the last bullet, in which, again, the words from this slide were explained to staff that any approved PSP that needed to be amended would have to be put into old code. And then I had a statement that it's not always black and white, and we could talk through scenarios. But this email was written in 2024, right on the precipice of the new code coming into effect, and it was to give advice about whether or not applications that were in-house needed to be mitigated under the old or new code. And so the situation we have here, as John mentioned, is that regulated trees under the old code counted differently than regulated trees under the new code, which is why you have a difference in inches and a calculation in the penalty.
Okay, so with that, just so I understand, we could uphold, this board could make a decision to uphold the zoning manager's decision, but we could also potentially modify the fines to be consistent with what would have happened with the old code for the fine. So uphold everything else, but in terms of the penalty, we could reduce it to the amount consistent with what the old code was?
So the code does allow for a deviation of the strict application. Typically, that's delegated to Jennifer, and ultimately, you, as the board, are interpreting the language that's in the code. And so is it possible for you to interpret that in a way that you believe a hardship has been met, and that a code, and that because of the unique situation of this applicant, that it should warrant a reduction in penalty? Yes. But the delegation of that power to the zoning manager upon the advice of the county attorney's office, we would lean towards the strict application of the code, giving the ordinary meaning to the words that are in the code.
So to keep from the precedent, make a decision one way or the other, but in terms of the fines, delegate it to the authority as delineated in the code for the zoning manager, like leave it to her.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying to me. If we, let's say we uphold her decision, when it comes to the code, we have the opportunity to make adjustments to the strict application of the code or apply a hardship, but because we delegate that authority to the zoning manager, leave it to her to mitigate those fines or fees, or whether they mitigate it with additional trees.
So the way it is in code is, in order for her to approve a deviation, she's going to need convincing through an application and going through that process. She's going to need convincing that a provision of code and the strict application of that to a particular site would create a substantial economic hardship.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I'm good with all my questions. I just do want to make a request that, Mr. Portilla, if you could please make sure that you're on the phone or go upstairs and document those meetings as they occurred.
Okay. With that, I think that we're at a point, Commissioner Moore, there's a recommended action. I think that at this point, we're not in dispute about the facts that trees were removed at a time. The only thing here is that, and clearly, in my opinion, the position that staff has taken was the correct position to take. It's up to the board to make a determination whether or not the fine in question is based on the new code or the old code. But the position that the staff took, I want to be clear, I think is consistent with our code. Okay.
You know what I'd like to do to preserve unity of the board, maybe to divide the question and put a motion on the floor to approve what is here and then do the amount on a second vote, because I'm not sure where the rest of you are. So I'd like to make first a motion, making a finding to uphold the action of the DRC September 24th, 2025, to uphold the zoning manager's decision regarding the notice of the violation issued under FIR 25080508, and I'm withholding the amount of money for this motion.
Second, Uribe.
All right. The motion, I think, is clear to uphold the finding of the DRC on September the 24th, 2025, and to uphold the zoning manager's decision regarding the notice of violation. Okay. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous.
All right, I'm going to throw a number out, and I think I have a little more sympathy, and he hasn't spoken today, but I've spoken to him as a new developer, and he was in Brazil, and I do believe that he got taken for a ride with this particular contractor, as I viewed it. So I think we're in dispute between roughly $74,000 and about $41,000, so I'm going to put out a motion for $50,000. As to
The
the
motion
fine.
is for the fine to be $50,000?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Just a question regarding moving forward. Would you like to amend that motion to indicate that this motion is only to apply for this circumstance, not as a precedent setting regarding impact on future decisions?
I'm happy to do that, sure.
Mayor, if I may, just from a procedural standpoint and for consistency, valid point. I would just keep it with what they would be under the old code. I don't think we should change the numbers. It's either current code or past code. So the 40,000, whatever the number would have been at the time of the violation. We have aerials to show that, and so we're splitting it 50,000, 9,000. I think just put it what it would have been under that code for the dollar amount, in my opinion. Again, consistency, because you're just throwing. I don't think we should be throwing arbitrary numbers out there. And so if the violation occurred under the old code, we have aerials to support that. Move the dollar amount to that and say it's specific to the situation and not any other, as the mayor had stipulated.
So there was a motion and a second on the floor.
Well, I'll withdraw
If
the
you
motion.
wanna-
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay.
And so, I don't know if you want to go down the line. I'll make one for the 40 if that's what he's saying, with your amendment to say that it should not be precedent setting. So my motion is then to have the reduced penalty to $40,916 per the original tree ordinance, and this should not be setting any kind of precedent.
I saw the county attorney, she's gonna kind of raise a hand there. Okay.
Can I offer a suggested motion to get at the intent of Commissioner Morse, that based on the unique hardship associated with the applicant's project, including the contractor's failures and remediation expenses, that to impose a penalty of $40,916 in tree replacement or replantings, and to mitigate 386 inches on site or a combination thereof.
That's why I was going to ask if the replanting.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Okay.
Sorry, I have a question about that.
Question?
So is that establishing a precedent that extraordinary hardship is by acknowledgement of the applicant, I just didn't notice?
It is making a finding that a unique hardship exists in this case and applying the mitigation value.
Okay, I'm just going to say I'm very concerned about the application of, I didn't know the law, I just didn't notice, in the ability for us to end up in a negotiated settlement with every applicant on a new ordinance. If we don't have these things codified and kept as law, then there's no point. That's my 2 cents on it.
Okay. We have a motion. And
Can you repeat it again, the motion?
Please. Based on the unique hardships associated with the applicant's project, including contractor failures and remediation expenses, the motion is to impose the reduced penalty of $40,916 in tree replacement and replantings of 386 inches on site or a combination thereof.
But the mayor said something about,
Setting precedent.
setting a precedent. Are we going to put that?
It's making a finding that there's unique hardships associated with
So
this
that's what it's,
site.
okay.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question.
What was the second? So still.
The seconder was Commissioner Uribe.
Okay.
All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Vote in the no as well. Okay. So
4-3.
I think it was 4-3. The voting in favor was Moore, Uribe, Gomez Cordero, and Scott? Okay, all right. That's the finding? All right. It passed? Okay. Yes. All right, with that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. We're going to move to E7. And we'll open the public hearing on this item. Ms. Roseanne Harrington is going to be framing this item, and with that, Ms. Harrington, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm pleased to be here today to finally be recommending the creation of a film incentive program for Orange County and to fund it. The agenda for today, I'm going to be talking about the Film Incentive Working Group that you created last year, some history of Film Commission here in Orlando, our education programs, workforce, incentives in the state, and then some recommendations, and then the timeline and requested action. So in May 7th, 2024, the Board of County Commissioners created a Film Incentive Working Committee, and the work group was designed to research other programs in the state and come back to the board with a recommendation on whether Orange County should have a film incentive program. The committee was comprised of 9 members. They were all subject matter experts, and they have devoted 25 hours and 7 meetings over this last year, meeting from August 20th, 2024 to September 19th, 2025. And here are the members. Some of the members are in the room today, and I'd like to recognize them. I see Jimmy Roberts over there, and then I have Brooke Hill, I see John Lux, and Dr. Lisa Mills. And I'd like to thank them for their help on this program and also recognize staff. We have Dennis Holste, Economic Development Administrator, and Dylan Schott, Attorney 3 for Orange County. I'd also like to recognize Commissioner Emily Bonilla, who brought this to the board originally. So Orlando Film Office history. We were going gangbusters in the 90s when Universal came to town and built MGM Studios. Disney came to town and did MGM Studios, and Universal Studios had Nickelodeon. We were going to be the Hollywood of the East, and we were on our way to doing that when in 2016 the state ended incentives and things kind of dried up in Florida. Here in Orlando and other parts, we kind of scaled back accordingly, and we just switched to more permitting and site selection. Meanwhile, Georgia invested a ton of money at the state level, and now is one of the top 3 locations for filming in the United States. So the history of the Orlando Film Office, it's currently located at the Orlando Economic Partnership, and their responsibilities are site selection, permitting, and scouting, and they work with production companies. And this is funded right now by Orange County, Seminole County, Osceola, and the City of Orlando, and it's part of our existing contract with the Orlando Economic Partnership. And that's part of our dues that you already approved earlier this year. And they have 1 full-time employee, Brooke Hill, and then a part-time intern. And here's some statistics from the last year, and you can see that regionally we had 165 permits pulled, and then we had 425 permitted production days, and approximately $17 million in economic impact. So when we talk about economic impact, this is actual spend. This is not indirect, this is not imputed, this is they spent that money. And you can see that the majority of these productions took place in Orange County and the City of Orlando. In fact, permitted days of 120 projects and 302 permitted days. So we had a lot of work here in Orange County, and we want to do more. We also have a number of outstanding film programs, not only degree programs, but certificate programs. In fact, we have 3,000 graduates a year, and over half of them are leaving when they graduate because there's not enough work here. And some of their top destinations are Atlanta, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, even Louisiana has gotten into the game. This is just a rate sheet of what you can see as some of the salaries, and this is for on the production side. These are the 2023 rates, and as you can see, these are really high-paid jobs. In fact, in 2023, the average wage for somebody in film production was $101,000. That makes it one of the highest industries in Florida. Now, there are 6 programs in the state of Florida right now, and they're in Duval County, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and underneath Miami-Dade, you have the city of Miami and Miami Beach. We spent a lot of time researching these programs. In fact, we had presentations by a number of the groups. And here are some of the details. Broward County is probably the strongest program in the state, and they budget $12 million annually using general fund. Palm Beach is $2.3 million, Pinellas is $1.6 million, and Hillsborough is $750,000, and Duval is $500,000. Miami they've just paused their program. They had budgeted $50 million of general fund dollars, and they had lost their film commissioner, left, and they had money left in the account, so they paused the program because it was general fund dollars. They needed it for other purposes. But they said it's a pause, and they are coming back once they find a new film commissioner. Now, Palm Beach, Hillsborough, and Pinellas all use TDT, and that's what we are recommending, is using TDT funds for the incentive and using general funds for the Orange County staff member who would run the program. Now, we thought that you would maybe want to see some of the results that we're seeing in the state by other programs. And Film Tampa Bay gave us their numbers from 2013 to 2024. They had 30,000 hotel room nights booked from out-of-state industry professionals. And this was all over town. And their average wage was $105,000. And they had $100 million spent on production of commercials, digital media in Hillsborough County. And while they were there, they went to the local hotels, the restaurants, the attractions, they rented equipment, rental houses, and permitting fees. Now, in Film Tampa Bay, Tyler Martinolik came and spoke to our Film Incentive Working Group, and he told us that in 2024, that they had a great year, and they had 6,000 hotel room night stays in Hillsborough County as a result of their film incentive program. That accounted for $31 million worth of projects in the pipeline for next year, too. So they did really well last year, and this year is going to look even better. So Pinellas County, just to give you an example of one production, it was a Hallmark movie called A Taste of Love, and it was there for 3 weeks, and it had 350 hotel night stays in 3 weeks. That's a lot of hotel night stays. I asked some of the hoteliers in town, and they said that's a lot of hotel rooms. And the best part was the film featured some of their local gems like the Seaside Riders, Fenway Hotel, the Wild Iris Cafe. This is film tourism at its best. So the benefits of a film incentive program is, number one, it attracts visitors because they see these places on film and television, and they say, oh, I'd like to visit that place. And I always use the example of, I went to Mount Rushmore with my children because I saw National Treasure. And it wasn't on my top list of places to go, but when I saw the movie, I said, this looks like a fun place. And we went, we stayed at hotels, restaurants. So that's what this is all about. It is highlighting your destination as desirable for visitors. Now, and also in addition to that is it showcases other attractions that are in your community. You're not just in the tourist corridor, you're all over town. You're canoeing on the Wekiva River. You're in Winter Garden. You're in Lake Nona. You're all over town seeing these wonderful locations that we have. And then you have cast and crew who come to town, and while they're here, they're on social media talking about their experience. This is another one of those niche types of tourism like sports, cultural, and ecotourism. Now, what we're recommending is a 5-year approach. And that would include $5 million a year for 5 years, starting in 2026, for a total of $25 million. We would use TDT funds for the incentive, and then we would use general fund for a film incentive administrator. Now, in January of this year, you actually approved 3 positions in this office, and we brought it down to 1 because we came up with an agreement with the Orlando Economic Partnership that I'm going to talk about a little further. And then we're in July and in September, part of the budget that was approved included funding for the film incentive administrator and some marketing expenses. And what we're proposing also is to collaborate with the Orlando Economic Partnership, and they will continue to do the permitting and the site selection and marketing for the region. So we don't try and take over that effort. They're doing a great job. Let them continue to do that. And we would just manage the incentive program for Orange County, including the application, the selection, the processing, the approval that comes forth to the board. And this is what that would look like. So you have the OEP, site selection, regional marketing, and Orange County is the only group that is touching the film incentive. Now, we're proposing 2 incentives, the first of which is a television commercial incentive. And again, this is performance-based. I want to stress that no money will be spent until after they have finished their productions, whether it's television commercial incentive or television and film incentive. Nothing gets paid until they are done, and we ensure they complied with everything they said they were going to do. It has to include hotel room night stays, and we're looking for high-impact commercials, not smaller ones, and I'll get into a little bit more detail about that. But again, we really want to highlight Orange County, the brand, as again, in our municipalities. Now, for the television and film incentives, again, this is performance-based. It's designed to showcase Orange County as a desirable place to visit, and it's also about having hotel night stays. Because we're using TDT, we have to have hotel night stays. It's really important. And then other benefits will include the fact that we have the infrastructure here that will also benefit from this type of program. Now, the TV commercial program rebate, it's $250,000 minimum with the 10% cap, and which is a cap of $50,000 per project. It's got to include hotel night stays, and they have to provide documentation that they've made best efforts to hire local staff here, local cast here, whether that be job postings, union inquiries, and only Orange County expenses count towards that minimum spend. Also, we are requiring that they hire 5 qualified students or recent graduates from our film programs. Again, we've got this brain drain going other places. We want to keep them here. And then we also want to make sure that they give us marketing material that we can utilize ourselves. So when they go live, when they air, when they distribute, we're right there to promote that we're part of this. And one of the things, so then the next one is the film television production rebate. The same kind of criteria, $400,000 minimum expenditure in Orange County, and 20% rebate, capped at $1 million, and it has to include hotel night stays. Again, it has to give credit in the script and visuals of where they're filming, and that's really important. We want them, when you watch the television series or the TV show or the film, we want them to know where it's being filmed in Orange County. We are going to develop a little logo, if you will, for the end. In Georgia, they have the Georgia peach, and we're going to have the Orange County, Florida orange at the end, so that, again, giving credit to where they filmed. And again, we want to highlight locations here in town. We want to make sure that they give us stills and social media contact 10 days before they go live so that we can be part of all of that and a part of the promotion. And then again, it's the documentation that they've tried to hire local cast and crew and that they've hired the 5 local film students or recent graduates. And then we have a long list of projects that are included, like we are not looking to fund live events, unscripted entertainment, programs to solicit funds, political advertising, gambling projects, local, regional, internet distributed only news, current events shows, advertising, internet sales, pornographic productions, or any production deemed obscene under Chapter 847 Florida statutes. And then we went into even further detail, thanks to the county attorney, about political programming to say advertisements, documentaries, or commentary offering opinions, analysis, and critique of political events and figures with the intent to influence public perception, provoke discussion, and encourage thought or action are also not eligible for funding. So I will be coming back to you at a later date with the standard operating procedures that goes into more of the details about the selection committee and the selection criteria, but here are the 3 criteria that were recommended by the working group. Number 1 is commitment to promoting Orange County. Again, we're using TDT funds. We have to promote Orange County as a destination to visit, both nationally and internationally. Anticipated return on investment is hotel night stays. Experience or ability to execute the proposed project. Just like our cultural grants, we don't want to be the first money in. We want to be the last money in. And so we're looking for them, because we're recommending more than one application process in the year, we want them to demonstrate that they have raised some money, they have a distribution deal, so that otherwise, if you don't, come back at a later time. You know, it's not a once a year, it's going to be twice a year. So come back when you have everything in order, because we want to get production going. Now, here are some key dates. The Tourist Development Council already unanimously approved this on September 26th. I'm here today asking for your approval, and because it's an ordinance, it requires 5 plus majority vote. And then if it is approved today, we would post the position tomorrow, because we want to hit the ground running. And then we'll be coming back to the board with the standard operating procedures and application, and hopefully the first quarter of 2026. And then the application period would open, and then the first grants would be approved. Now, first grants being approved means the board still votes on each grant. It will be prioritized and brought to the board, much like you do the Sports Incentive Fund, where there's an agenda item, there's a funding agreement developed by the county attorney's office that the board can see all those details. We also worked with the comptroller's office. I want to thank the comptroller's office and also the county attorney's office on this, because we worked really hard to come up with what we want to include in our funding agreements to make sure that there's compliance. And nobody will get any dollars until they have demonstrated to us that they have reached and fulfilled every obligation in the funding agreement, and that they have been audited, and that everything is good to go. And the other thing I want to talk about is the fact that this is a rebate. We're only, for film, it's a rebate of 20%. They're still spending that other 80% here. And our economic impact is going to be based on actual spend. And since we're requiring hotel night stays, we're refurbishing the TDT fund by those hotel night stays. And that's something that we will track along the way. And then some other benefits are, we've got incredible talent here in town that we will utilize. We have students who have worked hard in our film programs, and we want to keep them here. And I know many are in the room here today. So with that, I'd like to recommend approval of an ordinance pertaining to taxation in Orange County, Florida, amending Section 25-140 of the Orange County Code, Tourist Development Plan, to update priorities under the Tourist Development Plan, enacting a new Section 25-148, Tourist Development Tax Film Incentive Program, and providing for an effective date. Allow staff to correct and non-substantial grammatical or Scrivener's errors. That's it, Mayor. I tried to do it as quickly as I could.
You did good. All right, we do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Uribe.
When do we do public comment?
Yeah, public comment first.
Up. So we do have public comment. Sorry. All right. So we had one young lady that spoke. Now will be the time. Now will be the time.
Mayor, we actually have 13 speakers for this
Okay.
item.
All right. So we're going to give you a couple of minutes.
All right. Hi, guys. I hope you guys have a great afternoon. My name is Leah Ricketts. I'm currently a senior at UCF, and I'm going to be graduating this December. Thank you. Thank you. I can't believe how terrified I am, just to start off with. Because as someone who loves film ever since I was a little child, I've been growing up with this dream of being in films, being in production, just like how many of us are as children. And I would love for this film incentive to go through, because as someone who knows how difficult it is to get in the industry, I wish that there was more incentive to go here at my hometown to then push us further, to become further, be better students, and grow as individuals and professionals. Therefore, with this incentive, I feel more comfortable, more secured within the job market of film. As knowing and talking to other people and other professionals, it is a job that is just perfect for me. And I hope that you guys can understand that, take that into account today, and understand that all of us are here fighting for the same purpose and for the same exact passions. Because I know all of us today, we all love watching movies and televisions and TV shows, and we just want to be a part of that. And we want to further that even more and just show our passions throughout, and also show love for our county, our state, and just represent. Thank you so much.
All right. Good job. Thank you. All right. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right, next speaker is going to be Adam Vernier, followed by Clarice Winston, Eddie Vanegas, Jake Schneiderman, and Jason Gregory. And each of you, when you approach the podium, if you can, please begin with your name and addresses for the record.
Hello, my name is Adam Vernier. I live at 2550 Breezy Meadow Road, Apopka, Florida, 32712. Hi, Ms. Moore. Yes. I just wanted to put a face behind it. I'm an actor. I moved here in 2003 from Los Angeles. I am on the board for SAG-AFTRA. Happened since 2004. It's an elected position. We represent all of Florida. We represent Puerto Rico. We represent Alabama. I've watched the film industry bloom here. In 2007, I shot 4 movies, all in Orange County. I know you saw them all. Sidney White, Beethoven's Big Break, the dog movie, yes. Bring It On, In It to Win It, and Ace Ventura 3, all here 2007. Most recently, I did The Runarounds, which shot, it's on Prime. It shot in Wilmington. I just booked Tulsa King, which shoots in Atlanta. I shot a movie with Mark Wahlberg that shot in Atlanta. It's so funny that I'm nervous. I'm an actor, and I'm nervous. I work at Mix 105, well, I worked at Mix. I work at WMMO and K92. I'm on the air. I guess I'm nervous because I'm so passionate about this business. I really am. I've got 2 little girls. I have to leave them to go shoot with work, and I absolutely hate having to leave my family. And if we have this Orange County Film incentive, tax incentive, then I know that we'll bring the work here, and we can stay here, and we can meet with our families and everything, and that's very important. So I appreciate you guys giving the attention to this, and I really don't know why I'm nervous. That's so crazy. I taught the wobble at a halftime at the Magic game. And okay, anyway, well, thank you for your time. I know a lot of other people want to talk, but now you got a face to the thing.
All right. Thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Clarice Swinton. I am a junior at UCF. This is my first time doing this. I'm a little nervous. But I love film just as much as all the other UCF students here supporting. And I don't think this is just for film students, actually. I think this is for marketing, hair, costume, design, set design, so many different jobs, not just film. And honestly, I think this would be a great addition to Orlando, because if you've watched Dancing with the Stars, Modern Family, they have the Disney World things, but what if more? What if there's more things we could express in Orlando and make it a destination? I'm going to let everyone talk, but thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Happy holidays, happy Thanksgiving, right?
All right.
Hi, my name's Eddie Venegas. I'm a SAG-AFTRA eligible actor and an award-winning filmmaker here based in Orlando. And I've built my entire career here in the city, beautiful. And like thousands of us, I want to stay here. I want to work here. I want to contribute here. That's why today's vote matters. The proposed 5-year, $25 million in TV incentive program is not a gamble. It's a strategic, data-driven economic tool that counties across the country have already proven effective, right? Every production, whether it's a commercial, a miniseries, or a streaming project, creates real, trackable outcomes. Jobs for local crew, spending with local vendors, hotel stays with the tourism visibility, and long-term returns on investment. I don't like the mic. So I've seen this firsthand as a principal actor on a national commercial for Visa last year that filmed in the Mills District. The impact that it had in just one weekend of work. Dozens of Floridians were hired, dozens of local Floridians living in Orange County specifically, including myself. Everything, every dollar stayed right here. This is clean economic activity with a measurable footprint. We also have national precedent. Someone mentioned Louisiana. In Shreveport, Louisiana, the city offered a structured incentive lease for a long vacant production facility to producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Because of that single incentive, a property that sat empty for 20 years is now being revived into a multi-use production and community hub. 20 years vacant. Right up the road, the old Orlando Sentinel. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Right? So hosting film shoots, youth programs, concerts, public events, incentives done responsibly. They revitalize infrastructure, create civic pride, and bring people back. New Jersey just very recently proactively signed a 10-year lease with 1888 Studios and Paramount Global to build a 1.1 million square foot production space, and the facility costing more than $1 billion. And I bet you that whole $1 billion is staying right there in that local county, local government, right? One last thing. Also, jobs created, local vendor spending, tourism exposure, the ROI. I want to see that orange in our film. I want to be proud of what we're building because this is just the start. 5 years, $25 million. Man, I'm really excited to see what the incentive's going to be like in 2031 when we all crush it.
All right, thank you. A lot of energy there. All right, next speaker.
Man, I do not want to follow that energy. Oh my God, that was great. Honorable Mayor Demings, commissioners, staff, my name is Jason Gregory. I am a proud graduate of the UCF Graduate Film Program. I'm a filmmaker and I am a screenwriter at UCF as well, and also most recently an Emmy-nominated producer. I teach film and screenwriting because it's what I love. It's what I know and what I've been doing for years. And I've seen so many of my counterparts leave and go to other areas like Atlanta, like Shreveport, like Texas, you know, in Los Angeles. Right now, those crews with this incentive can stay here because a lot of them are, and myself involved, a lot of us are tired of seeing other locations shot for Orange County. We want to see Orange County itself and see these locations that we love. See our crew that we develop here, you know, with UCF, with Valencia, with all of the film schools, and see them get their break into the industry and here instead of having to go and fight in Atlanta and LA and Texas and all of these other areas. So please, we beg you, please pass this film incentive program and put all of us to work. One final thing, nights, if we can, we'd love to have a photo with you right outside after this, courtesy of my mentor and all of your mentors, Dr. Lisa Mills. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
All right, next speaker is going to be John Lux
followed by Kenneth Brown, Marianne Eggleston, Martin Olarte, Rob Kirschman, and then finally Wes Miller.
Thank you very much. My name is John Lux, and I am the Executive Director of Film Florida, a 27-year resident of Central Florida, and a proud member of the Orange County Film Incentive Work Group that Ms. Harrington spoke of. I want to thank a number of people. First and foremost, as was mentioned earlier, former Commissioner Emily Bonilla, who started this whole thing 2.5 years ago when I had a conversation with her, and she asked why we didn't have a local incentive in Orange County, and I said, well, because there really hasn't been any interest in it. And her exact quote was, well, I'm interested, and that kind of kickstarted everything. Also want to thank Mayor Demings and his team for getting us to today. And also want to thank everybody from the industry that's here today. Everybody wave if you're not speaking. So we kind of brought a couple of friends. A former colleague of ours used to always say, you must be present to win. And if we're lucky enough to pass this ordinance today, Orange County will be present in the industry once again, and that is extremely important. But having a program like this is a huge step, and it puts us in the conversations. Of course, there's still a lot of work to bring the projects here and put everybody to work, but you have to be in the conversation in order to get to that point, and this would help us. We've talked about the film tourism. A recent study showed that 60% of Gen Z and millennials now plan their vacations around what they see on film and television. 60% of the people that spend the money. So that's really important. Another example, there's a new potential game changer out there. A Florida novel, A Land Remembered, is going to become a limited series in the next couple of years from the producers of Game of Thrones and House of Cards. And they've actually stated that if this program passes, they're very interested in considering Orange County as a potential location that they will be looking at. So that, again, doesn't mean it's going to happen for sure, no guarantees on anything, but the fact that those conversations are happening before this program has even passed tells you kind of the direction we're going. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I hope you will pass this ordinance. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move to the next speaker.
My throat is dry. Welcome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioner. My name is Kenneth Brown. I'm from the Los Angeles area. I now live here. And so, yes, I'm part of the Urban 360 Festival we did this year, and we had a lot of celebrities come there, and we done some things that Mayor saw. And yeah, so my main thing, I came here literally probably 2 days before the pandemic hit. Hope I didn't bring it. And I literally live right downtown. And I was walking downtown, and I saw them filming. And I was like, wow, okay, they film here. Okay, they got something. And then I went to the location manager there and asked him, you guys do it a lot? And he said, well, most of this community right here downtown, Lake Eola, a lot of the homes, we don't have enough production to, have everybody's home. And I noticed on the film commissioner site for the location, there's like 4,400 homes and businesses that want that list their location, their property on that site to be filmed. And you can imagine now with people's hardships or, property taxes going up, whatever. And I've seen that in LA where literally so many, I have friends right now who are retired and live in Los Angeles County, and literally the production being filmed in their neighborhood helps them pay their mortgage. Save some people's homes who couldn't pay, because commercials literally couldn't film that. So that's number one reason I say bring it back, and we need jobs. We need, I want to work more. I've been in so many films, and Spider-Man 3s and all the, Space Jams. Been in Los Angeles for the last 20 years, and I can tell you right now, the buzz is on Orlando. I'm telling you right now, from my word, the buzz is out. It's already people seeing what we doing in Orlando. They heard about the film festivals that are going down here, but the word is out, and people are trying to come here more to shoot. And and bring this business here. Thank you.
All right, what character did you play in Spider-Man 3?
I'm sorry?
What character? You said you were in Spider-Man.
Oh, yes. I was, if you go to Spider-Man 3-4 in the jazz scene, I was just the guy with the dreadlocks.
Okay.
Standing beside Toby, you know, you're not a main character, but it's like, hey, I got seen. He's a guy beside Toby.
All right, we'll have to look for you. All right, next one.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Olarte, and I'm the managing director at Adrenaline Films. I've been there for 13 years and am deeply passionate about film and television in Orlando. I'm also a graduate of the UCF radio and television program and was also an adjunct professor for advanced post-production there. I'm currently the chair of the film committee of the American Advertising Federation of Orlando. Adrenaline Films is an Orlando-based film and television media production company that has been in business for 35 years. We have had the honor of working on major network productions from Survivor to The Tonight Show to our own original programming for Hearst Media and Amazon Prime, just to name a few. Universal Studios Florida has also been a client since the early 90s. 2 years ago, we won a regional Emmy Award for a program we produced which aired regionally and nationally on PBS about the Ukrainian National Ballet's performance at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts. Our recent work, however, has been smaller scale corporate, commercial, and branded entertainment, as major television and film productions in Orange County are rare these days due to the lack of the tax incentives. In fact, a New York-based filmmaker who grew up in Central Florida approached us about producing a film with a well-known actor attached, but his investors ultimately made the decision to shoot a Florida-based film in Louisiana because of their tax incentive program. This was a film with a $1.5 to $2 million budget, which could have come into Orange County's economy. This is one of the many examples of missed business opportunities which could benefit the local economy and attract more tourism to our county. I kindly ask the Orange County Commissioners to implement the proposed film and television tax incentive program, which would positively affect my business, our employees, their families, and Orange County as a whole. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Rob Kirschman. I have a camera rental house here in town. I'm one of the guys that was around back in the 90s, came in here as a camera operator and saw an opportunity and stuck around and have invested millions and borrowed millions to build a camera rental house. I now have a 3,000-foot office over on West New Hampshire, and but that we just celebrated our 10th year with a partner of mine. But my point is that there used to be a lot of us in the 90s. And I recognize Jimmy was here. I worked with him on Mortal Kombat and Sheena. I was an operator. And when you see the credits at the end of the movies, don't think of those as individuals. Think of all of those guys as potential small businesses. That's what I was. I was a camera operator, and now I turned it into a small business. And all those, we had a lot of those guys here in town. And when the incentives left, a lot of them left. And a lot of small, I raised 4 kids here. My wife is a cornerstone of, she's a director at Primrose Center for adults with mental disabilities. She's been there 30 years. We've raised 4 kids. They've all gone to college here. They've all gone to school here. So everything, you look at these incentives and you think of them, oh, they're short-term project. Well, they build grassroots project. Families can stay here and start to build their own community. And, it's not just a short-term, please don't look at it as just a short-term Band-Aid. It can be a long-term fix, Sorry, I'm not a good speaker. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Jake Schneiderman. I actually signed up by accident to speak, but I feel like there's a few things I'd like to bring up as a union camera assistant here in town. At the end of the day, we are all, a majority of us who are on set are freelance employees. We all got to make it on our own and get from set to set completely on our own. And being a union member, things like health care and pension hours gives us a future to believe in. And where there are film incentives, there tends to be more of that type of work. And with that, it's more about the well-being of the employees. That's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Jennings and commissioners.
Afternoon.
I have a little thing going on here with my throat, so I apologize for coming in and out. But my name is Mary Ann Eggleston. I'm the founder of the Orlando Urban Film Festival, and we are headed into our 13th year. When I first landed into Orlando in 2011, they did not have an independent film or music festival for independent content creators, as I call them. My background for the past 40 years is in the hit music business, so I've worked with a lot of stars. Thank you. I worked with a lot of stars and a lot of big filmmakers throughout the years. You cannot find a film that does not have music. So a lot of the major artists, a lot of the major actors are also looking to produce their own projects. So we bring them here. I call Orlando Urban Film Festival a training ground because we have educated a lot of our film students as they go to UCF and Valencia and Dave's School, Full Sail, and even First Film School. The students come to OUFF. I'm sorry, but I have to say this. Our students, they get out of college, but they need somewhere to really work and do what they learn in school. And that's what the Orlando Urban Film Festival is. And personally, I've started at least 10 film festivals here. They have worked under me. The business is a high-paying, high-performance industry. During the summer, I train our youth to help them stay out of trouble. I teach them how to write, teach them how to be creative, and teach them who they are. I taught human communication at Kent State University, public speaking, so they learn how to look in a camera and create and create opportunities for themselves. One more last thing. This type of career is a high-paying career, as the information said. You're Rosanna. I know Rosanna. But as Rosanna said, we need this here in Orange County, Orlando. Orlando Urban Film Festival brings thousands of independent filmmakers from across the country. And they come here and they want to shoot their films here. It's a great opportunity for us. So I'm all in, and I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other speakers?
There were a couple names called who didn't stand up, so if there is anyone else in the room who does want to speak, what's your name? I don't have you on the list, but you can go ahead and go up and just sign in afterwards, and we'll be fine. And anyone else as well, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry if I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before. As you can see, I kind of made a last-minute judgment. So I think I'm going to speak on behalf of a recent graduate. I graduated UCF in May with a 4.0. Not to toot my own horn, but I feel like I deserve it. But I actually have friends in the industry, and the first thing I said was like, hey, you know, what did you do after you graduated? So just some background, I am 31, so I'm a little bit older. And I was just kind of curious. I had friends that were like working out there, and I was like, what did you do? How did you get started? And they said, oh yeah, just moved to LA. And I'm like, oh, that's so far. And I'm so poor. I've grown up here in Florida for I've grown up here. I lived here. I've literally Claremont to Orlando, haven't gone anywhere else. And I was originally a musical theater major. And what led me to film was, it's kind of a funny story, but I wanted to be an archaeologist, and then I realized it was actually Indiana Jones that I wanted to be. And I was like, let me just be a film major. Let me make art here. But I think there was a fact that was brought up that, a good majority of people actually travel to places where films and TV shows were shot. And I just think about the fact that, like, you have shows like Atlanta with, big stars, big name stars that, they put money and invest into it. And I think that Orlando is so much more than theme parks. How many times do people say, like, oh, where are you from? And you're like, Orlando. And they're like, oh, so Disney. And you're like, well, that's like Kissimmee. It's like I actually live like really far away. Everything in Orlando is like 30 minutes. It's a whole thing. But my point being, I think I agree with everyone saying that it's an investment long term. I mean, I think about the shows I grew up watching when I was little, like Kenan and Kel and like all that were filmed right here in Nickelodeon. Like, I remember going to Universal and being like, oh my God, I wonder if they're in there. Even though, like, obviously they weren't because I was a kid. But it's just, things like that I think about. Like, it would be awesome to just stay here in the state that I grew up in instead of having to go all the way over to Georgia or Atlanta or, Los Angeles to find work, even as an intern or, otherwise like an assistant or something, just to break in. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and for the record, my name is Cash LaPresse.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Serrano, 403 Shamrock Road, St. Augustine, Florida. I am president of IATSC Studio Mechanics Local 477, and as such, I represent the professional workforce in the state of Florida, professional film workforce. My interest, of course, is on the people who do the work, and in particular, the people who are coming up, who are going to continue in my shoes and do the work in the future. I speak at film schools all across the state about the industry. Just last week, I had the pleasure of speaking at UCF. Some of you guys are here. You guys are great. The energy in the film schools, where I have the honor of being able to speak with the young people, is so intense and so wonderful and so energizing for me. So my message is simply, do this for them. Do this for them. They want to stay here. They want to work here. They want to grow here. They want to do what I love and keep doing it. Do it for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Gabby Kennedy, and I'm an actress, I'm a host, and I'm the director of marketing for Urban Fest 360. I wish this would have been in place because, just as Roseanne said, the tourism that happens around film productions is tremendous. This is a strategy, and it can work. I grew up here in Orlando. My father was a landscaper at Epcot, so I grew up looking through a lens of life being a fairy tale. And then as I grew up, I realized, there has to be stability. The jobs that are created around this not only help out the filmmakers, but it touches the whole community. So please approve this today. Guys, everybody that's in this room, we are here doing the work, and I'm so happy to see everybody that wants to see this happen because we know the difference that this will make for us. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for allowing this to happen, and I'm looking forward to this in 2026. It's done.
All right, good. All right, next speaker, please.
I'm a little short, sorry. Thank you guys for your time. My name is Anaya Stewart. I'm a current undergraduate student at UCF in the Film BA program, and this incentive, as everybody aforementioned, would be a great program to have. I currently had this conversation with a friend, I think last night or a couple nights ago, saying that I would move to Atlanta because there's nothing here for me to stay for. Apologies, I have anxiety. Give me one moment. Whew. Hey, how do you guys do this every day? But yes, like I was mentioning, I had this conversation with a friend a couple of days ago based on not being able to have some place to stay in terms of having a job after I graduate. I've also had this conversation with my mother, who had to push me up here to go to school and stuff like that, and not having that not having to go back and forth. I've been out of state before as well. And I would like to be able to stay put and not have to travel around to find a stable or stagnant source of income when I can just stay and find it in my community. I want to at least make a home of a place like everybody was mentioning. I don't have to keep going around all the place. And having this in place would just it'll make, one moment, sorry. Whoa. Thank you. But like I was mentioning, having this in place would be a great thing to have, especially for me, and knowing people under me and my peers being able to have something to come to or look forward to would be an amazing opportunity. And just to be a part of history, I mean, to bring something back that was already here. It was saddened that it had to be taken away, and I didn't even realize until I came to the school and it was pushed to the forefront that we no longer have this, so being able to have this back in state would be a great opportunity. Thank you guys for your time.
All right, thank you. All right.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Mayor Demings, commissioners. My name is Robert Renee. I'm actually from Orlando, and I can sign in later if that's okay. Okay. For this bill, the incentive program, kind of just wanted to highlight a couple of things. I noticed that there was a lot of benefits. I honestly didn't see any negatives behind having this implemented. For myself, I have an engineering firm, and I'm also a travel agent. I'm Caribbean, so I have like 10 different jobs, everybody, but I'm looking at the benefits behind this. From the travel standpoint, I noticed that a lot of the people that are my age or, my clients of all ages, a lot of their inspiration for going on different trips are TikTok videos or, just kind of what they see on commercials and, I want to go to Italy or I want to go to New York. I have yet to hear any of my clients nowadays say, I want to come to Orlando. And I remember that used to be a thing back in the day in the 90s. Everybody wanted to come to Orlando. Now, they kind of look at Orlando as like, we don't really want to go to Disney. But there's, as you all know, there's so many more things to Orlando than just Disney. And so I think with this, with the incentive program, it's going to allow the ability for the county to highlight a lot of the benefits that, this city has to offer. So that's, from a travel standpoint, it's going to, I saw the statistics on the amount of hotels that are going to be, rented out, just the amount of travel-related items that it's going to bring to the county in order to boost the economy. And then from a development standpoint, of course, I saw, some people that have moved here from years ago that have like established families and roots here. So that's going to increase development. People are going to be looking for homes. People are going to be looking for business spaces to build or rent out. So from the development standpoint, that's going to generate a lot of tax revenue for the county. So, just wanted to come up here and speak and, hope you all vote in support of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Abram Ards. I am an independent entertainment reporter here in Orlando. My most recent interview was with the one and only Roseanne Harrington, where we discussed the Film Incentive Program. It was actually at the Global Peace 360 Film Festival, Urban Fest 360, where Mayor Demings participated and mentioned the Film Incentive Program. And so that allowed me to be able to get more involved in it. So during our conversation, Ms. Harrington just kind of gave more insight, the same way she did now, about this program and the benefits of it. And for me, on the reporter side of things, you interview celebrities, you interview actors, singers, whatnot. And I've had the pleasure of being able to work with a lot of different film students. Some of them work with me on my team who film my projects, and they're very talented people. Unfortunately, we lost one because he had to move out of the state to go find work. And so that drives home the importance of this incentive, because so many of them are those film students, a lot of them here, they want to stay here locally, they want to work here, they want to be home-based. And so I think an incentive program like this contributes to that, also contributes to me because I get to interview them. And so hopefully, just as you are considering this, that you look at, as one of the gentlemen said, that this is like, these people are running small businesses. They are, their own bosses, they're freelance, and so this benefits them with being able to have that incentive to be here to do the work that they want to do. So just keep that into consideration as you make your vote. And thank you for your time again, Ms. Harrison. Thank you for allowing me to be able to interview you and sharing that information. And hopefully, you know, we can work together very, very soon. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Mayor, I believe that was our last speaker for
Okay.
this item.
All right. All right, we do, at this point, if there are no other members of the public that wish to speak, we're going to close the public comment period of time. For all of you who did speak, thank you for being here and being supportive of this effort. So we'll close the public hearing, and Roseanne, did you have any final comments?
No, Mayor, I don't think I could say anything better than what was just said.
Okay.
It was
We do
incredible.
have questions or comments by members of the board. Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you guys all for hanging out because I know you guys were anxious. I thought you guys were going to make public comment on the trees just so you could get your word in. This is this is huge for us. You are correct. Commissioner Bonilla brought this, and we championed and got on board, and it was so exciting. Someone who's born and raised here, spent 8 years in radio, and actually was studying to be a journalist and an actress. We lost all that, you know, and it left here and it went to California, and that's when I was growing up. My husband actually tried out for Keenan and Cal. So it's so amazing for us to be a part of history, to bring this back. You guys have to know that we're with you. My only thing is I hope this is just a seed that will be a lot bigger. And it's true because television and movies are so interactive now. I have been to Atlanta to go on The Walking Dead and Stranger Things, you know, to go visit them. And as they were doing, I was very excited to see Walking Dead happen, and also not broke in, but visited where Stranger Things was doing. But it's, you know, you look at Atlanta, and every time I go to Atlanta, I'm like, oh my gosh, if we could have this. So kudos to the county for doing this. I know $5 million sounds a lot, but all of you guys in the industry know that really that's not a lot of money when it comes to production and making things. But what we're hoping is that we get to prove how successful and how financially beneficial this is going to be for our county, and we'll be able to invest more in years to come. And so thanks for all being here. Thanks for your talent and still believing in this. But we got you. We're excited to be able to vote for this today, and it took a long time. Seems like over a year for us to get here. So this is way overdue. So we're excited. Make sure you tell your people, start applying, and all you independent film people, don't give up, okay? Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Yes, you made our day go much better, and your enthusiasm is infectious, and we appreciate you all being here today. I'm sure we're all going to support this incentive, and I really thank staff and Roseanne Harrington for your leadership on this. I know you've worked on this for quite a while, and it's hard. I don't think we could find anything negative about the proposal, except that maybe we wish we had a little more money to give, right? Yeah. So I do have to put in a shameless plug, because she and I were talking about some of my ecotourism locations, destinations in District 2. So I'm looking forward to seeing a movie at the Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive, or Wekiva Springs or Rock Springs. You got that, everybody? District 2. All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Roxanne, I have some questions, and I have to say thank you to all the students that have been here waiting. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so my questions. I did a lot yesterday, but today I have some more. Who will be supervising the local talents and students that will be considered for these projects? To make
Your
sure
question
that they
was,
are,
you were asking about the local students. They would get
Yeah.
a job on the production, so they would be supervised by whatever production hires them.
okay. And, but how we will know that they will be hired and they will be
They have to
using the
provide,
local-
as part of what I'm going to bring back to you, the standard operating procedures, they're going to have to have documentation
Okay.
that has the person's name and the fact they have to prove that they're an Orange County resident and that they're a graduate or a student of one of our film programs in Orange County. So that's part of the SOP that will be coming to you at a later date, is all that documentation verifying everything. Even the Orange County, even the cast and crew, we're going to have to verify that they actually were Orange County residents.
Okay. Because like one of the students says, we have makeups, you know.
Absolutely.
All these other, okay.
That's a key
Right?
part of this, is that's why
Hairdresser,
we're anticipating it's gonna be 6 months between when they finish and when we pay them, because they have to do their own audit. I'm getting ahead of their own audit that attests to the fact that everything is accurate, and that part of the funding agreement says you provide a proof of every expense. We verified every expense, and we verified every person who you said worked on this actually worked on it, and how much time they spent, and that they're Orange County residents. So there's a lot that's involved in there just to make sure that we can be in compliance with the funding agreement.
Well, on the same line, that was my other question. How will you, or who will determine how much spending it will be in order to, you know, pay the incentive or so? Because you said in the presentation, when it was in slide number 18, that, you know, we want big productions, not that much small productions. So what does exactly that mean?
So we will have, part of the SOP is bringing you back the selection criteria, and there's minimums, these are minimums, and then we're going to ask them, how many hotel room nights are you going to have? How are you, we're going to make sure that they attribute to any location in the script or visually. And so we'll have a selection committee, but it's ultimately up to that film incentive administrator to be in charge of compliance. And so they're going to make sure that when we come forward to the board with that funding agreement, that we have verified that everything that they said is real and accurate, and that after the fact, before they're paid, and even the comptroller has an opportunity to look at everything too, that everything is the truth. But there will be a lot of verification involved in this process before any money is spent.
Okay, and my other question is, whatever productions come, can they will apply in Orange County, but can they film like in Osceola, Seminole, somewhere else?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they can only get an incentive though for what they film in Orange County, but they can film all around here.
Okay. Okay, you answer that one, and let me see this one.
And they can hire crew from around the other counties, but only the people who reside in Orange County go towards meeting the required minimum spend.
Okay. And the application process, will this be like a cycle time that they will apply, or it will be all year they can apply? How is that going to be?
Right now, we're anticipating 2 times, probably a year, maybe 3. We'll see what it's like, how many applications we get. So we want to get it a period of time so that we review them all together. And then we bring our recommendations to the board, and each has a funding agreement. And do that twice a year as opposed to just doing on an ad hoc basis. We want to let people know, okay, here's the application date. You have the application's up. You have 30 days to apply. Here's all the material that you have to provide. It's a pretty extensive application that I'll be bringing back to you. Very extensive, has a lot of background material required. They submit all of that, and then that has to be reviewed before we bring that to the board.
Okay. Will the incentive be based on what they spent here or no?
Yes, it has to be on what is spent here, only in Orange County.
Okay.
So for a TV commercial, it's $250,000 minimum spend, and then for film and TV, it's a $400,000 minimum spend.
Okay. And then my last question, the film incentive administrator position, what are the requirements for that?
Oh, we have a job description.
Okay.
And what we did was we worked through the state looking at what others are doing, and then we worked with human resources. This person's going to be very much involved in compliance, making sure, because TZT funds are involved, so they are going to be managing the application process, the selection process, Also, the validation, verification of everything in the funding agreement, working with the comptroller's office, working with the county attorney's office on that funding agreement, and then before any funds are dispersed. And then also ensuring that we're getting the material that we need for marketing, that there are icons at the end of movies, and that also we have, they're going in and watching the final product and saying, okay, I see Winter Gardens in there, I see the West Orange Trails in there, where is it noted, where is it said out loud? They're involved in a lot of that compliance.
Okay, and my last question is, Roxanne, and thank you. You've been doing a wonderful job. Will it be possible, or that's part of the process as well, that it could be 2 or 3 productions going at the same time, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And like I said, we kind of want to be the last money in so that they're ready to hit the ground running. Okay. Otherwise, wait and apply at a later date. Okay? We want it, the goal here is to have multiple productions, keep people busy.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Roseanne. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. You can see how excited we are about this, the idea of being able to utilize tourist development tax dollars to bring even more creativity to what I believe is a really creative community really does inspire us. And I feel like, I don't know, my imagination now for the things that could be is going to continue to grow. So please stay in touch with us also, because sometimes we do these things, we wait for the language to come back, we're going to adopt it, and then we sort of just cross our fingers. So we want to hear from you and just continue to stay engaged. My only question, Roseanne, so the ordinance itself is very short, very specific, as far as the language clearing up, it's tied to state law. And then there's a reference to the policies that we'll enact. Will that include, will the standard operating procedures include that particular position as part of the operating procedures, the SOP?
Yes, it does. And how they interact and their requirements, their reporting requirements, and all of this detail, it's a 37-page document.
Okay. And then my last question is, where will it be in the org chart?
So it will report to the Economic Development Administrator because it's part of TDT and cultural tourism and ecotourism and sports tourism. It's a way to bring people here and highlight our community. So, and it is economic development. So that's where it is in the organization.
Well, and I know since that is sort of out of your office, I want to just make a plug for the county commissioners staying engaged, because I do think it's something, it's board action. I understand that that structure doesn't necessarily report to us based on the org chart as it is, but we would love to continue to be able to provide the support and structure and continue to grow the program.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the things we're working on, I think I mentioned to you, is trying to do some B-roll that highlights all the unique areas in each of the districts. Like I never knew about the Cracker Christmas at Fort Christmas, and you have a lot of things going on in all Tildenville. I didn't know that they had some storefronts. So that's the goal, what we're working on right now, and where we could use your help is those unique locations that an Orange TV is going to go out and get some shots of that. And people in the audience, if you have any ideas, we'd love to hear them. But we want to have like a sizzle reel that we can use for marketing purposes. We want to hit the ground running and have something out there that says, this is the other half of Orange County that you don't usually see, and promote all of these unique destinations. Yes.
Thank you. That was it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Roseanne. This was a great presentation, and I wanted to just say first that the criteria for the qualifications, I'm grateful to see that it's detailed, and I think that that's exactly how it should be. I, of course, get excited over anything that is TDT funded that isn't for marketing and convention center, so I really like this program. And then I, for Commissioner Bonilla, I made a commitment to her to honor all of her passion projects, and this was one of them, definitely. So I'm happy to see it come to life. What I did also want to advocate for is that while we're using TDT funding for the input, right, to incentivize, on the output side of that equation, when we do our TDT awardees in like arts and culture, that if we really want to make a go of it in film, then we should be looking at suppliers on the other side too that are very film orientated, that maybe extend beyond just the traditional like film festival, which are great and great projects, but when we're funding out all of those awardees in that rubric that we use, if we could just take into consideration, because the stronger we make the suppliers, the more likely this industry becomes more and more successful. So looking at it as an opportunity for funneling success in this program, you know, to with our funds that we have. And then I, of course, wanted to advocate for, you know, from the streets of Winter Park on our western anchor in District 5 to downtown Lake Eola to all the way out, you know, with Christmas and the historic fort that they have there, District 5, and St. John's River Basin. I mean, District 5 is loaded with special places that I think are promotion worthy through film. So I think this is a great initiative. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Roseanne, one question for you. You said that we approved the 3 positions, but through some working, it was reduced to the 1 position. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. In that reduction, did we do like a reserve, I guess, where we create the positions and don't fund them, similar to how we did with the sheriff's office? The positions are there because, you know, I think we all hope this will grow. And if it does grow, having a mechanism in place for it to grow. And so those positions were approved. By us only needing 1 position, did you put in place an ability for us to fund the positions? So like the positions are still there, they're just not funded, and then we can do that later? Was that ever a conversation?
So this is probably more on the administration side, but we got the 3 positions approved last January, and we only are suggesting filling 1. So I don't think we gave back the other ones, but we only asked for funding in this year's budget for the 1.
Okay, so the position still exists.
And it's all up to you. Okay. You all, if this program works, you can make any changes you like moving forward.
I don't know what anybody thinks of my public speaking ability, right? But 2 things that I think shape how I speak in public were being a part of a television production studio for all 3 years at Gotha Middle School. When it first opened, that was the first middle school to have a television production studio. And likewise, doing 4 years of teleproduction at West Orange High School. They actually created a 5th class. So we had 5 classes of television production with one of our staff members, Tim Blazik, who was my high school TV production teacher. And so I learned how to speak in public, how to, you know, shake off the nervousness, because my goal was to do, you know, things behind the camera. Tim, who's back there in the camera room or control room, pushed me to get in front and do the TV news and things like that. And then my brother, he wound up going to Olympia, and likewise, as many of them have said, moved to LA in 2003 after graduating and was paying like $3,000 a rent back then when that was high. And I just wonder if there was an ecosystem here, would that have happened? And so what we are doing today, I think, is from Boy Scouts, it's kindling. We're laying the kindling for what will be a larger flame. And I think that it will allow for the different municipalities to invest, but also the school system. I attended a meeting last night, and Jones is at a 30% design meeting. And in the new Jones High School, they're adding a new building, which will be culinary arts, but also they're going to have a television production studio in Jones High School. And so when we talk about laying the framework for what the future will be, it's allowing these opportunities for learning, but also allowing those opportunities for them to provide for themselves and their families. So I am super excited for this. I think we're going to do great things, and I think 10, 20 years from now, hell, probably 5 years from now, we'll be like, this was money well spent and time well invested. So thank you, Roseanne. Thank you to all of you for volunteering your time to come here, the entire team, because it's so many people who helped us get to the finish line, and all of them for reasons, one or another, probably couldn't be here. But just, this is exciting, and so thank you.
All right. Well, guess what, everybody?
Yay.
I know you will hate to leave us. It's been riveting information that has been shared today. But we are honored to have all of our industry leaders here from the film industry. We look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you for your presence. We now have to take the action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the recommended action, and we have a second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. And it is unanimous.
Could we get a picture? Could commissioners and mayor, could you come down here and we get everybody in the room and we get a big picture?
All right. With
we
that,
get a picture?
We still have not adjourned.
Oh, you still haven't
So
adjourned.
let me just
sorry.
say to all of you all, again, thank you. This is all being televised, so we do have a process that we go through to formally start and conclude our meeting. So with that, we do stand adjourned.
Sorry.
Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo